Chapter 4:16. The pretty maidservant raised her head and was about to speak when she realized that she still had some pastries in her mouth. She was afraid that she would be disrespectful to young Master Su and quickly swallowed them down. She reached out her finger to wipe off the pastry crumbs at the corner of her mouth. The maidservant's eyes were naturally filled with love. She smiled softly and said, "Young master, just give me your orders. Chun Nong will prepare them for you tomorrow." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. He reached out his hand to wipe off the pastry crumbs that were not actually wiped off. He squinted his eyes and teased, "It's here." The maidservant gave him a charming look and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Qiushui knocked on the door and entered. She saw this scene and blushed. She brought over more than 10 famous calligraphies and paintings. Old Master said that he wanted young Master Su to examine them to determine their authenticity. Most of the calligraphies and paintings were made of copper or red sandalwood. They were not light. Su Fengnian stood up and helped to move them to the table. Qiushui saw that Chun Nong was still in a daze and secretly tapped her forehead. She softly reprimanded, "Don't you know how to add oil for young master when the lamp is dark?" Chun Nong pouted her lips in grievance. She saw Qiushui's slight glare and quickly went to add oil for a white jade guanyin vase-style oil lamp with a smile. Su Fengnian did not care about this small fuss. He wiped his sleeves with both hands. After Qiushui moved the food box away, he slowly spread out a calligraphy and painting on the table. He smiled. It was Chun Chun's painting of flowers in hot summer from the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, the original work was in Bailiang Palace. He was not in a hurry to reveal the truth and rolled it up again. He opened the second scroll. It was Lu Ji's painting of birds in Cassia and Chrysanthemum Mountain. The colors were bright and the strokes were delicate. The blank space for 300 years was densely covered with the seals of later collectors. This was enough to prove the rarity of this calligraphy and painting. Su Fengnian had been influenced by Minister of State Li Yishan for many years. Even without the dazzling array of seals, he knew that it was undoubtedly an authentic work. He closed the scroll again and opened the third scroll. It was the painting of Plum Blossom Hengqin by the late emperor of the Southern Tang dynasty. However, it was a fake. What was interesting was that the latter was obviously better in terms of strokes. After Su Fengnian finished reading it, he said softly, "Qiushui, Chun Nong, bring paper and brush." Qiushui pulled up her sleeves with 2 fingers and ground with the other hand. Chun Nong did not dare to be lazy and helped to put a paperweight on the calligraphy. Su Fengnian's strokes were slow and leisurely. Qiushui and Chun Nong looked at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. They obviously did not expect young Master Su's calligraphy to be so beautiful. It was to the point of concealing it. They admitted that they would not be able to write something like this even if they worked hard for 10 years. Out of the 11 paintings, Su Fengnian purposely could not tell if 3 of them were real or fake. He pretended that he did not dare to speak carelessly and mistook 2 of them as rare. The remaining 6 were all accurate. The last 8 had detailed reasons as to why they were real and fake, as well as their relative valuations. Among them, the valuations and the real situation were both wrong and right. Since the old fox Wei Feng wanted to test him, His Royal Highness could not be too honest. As for the small regular script of more than 100 words, of course he would cover it up. This kind of trick would not be exposed no matter what. After the ink was slightly dry, Qiushui could not bear to let go of the small regular script in her hands. She carefully put it into her clothes and bent down to pick up the heavy calligraphy. She was about to go back to her master to hand in the work. Su Fengnian smiled at Chun Nong and said, "Go help Qiushui. She doesn't need to warm the bed today." Chun Nong was half relieved and half disappointed. She opened her eyes wide and looked puzzled. Su Fengnian gently patted her cheek and said, "We'll talk about it after the Qingming festival." Qiushui and Chun Nong walked out of the room together with the calligraphy. There was a servant girl of the same age who came to hold an umbrella for Qiushui in the corridor. She was shocked to see Chun Nong, and her initial jealousy faded a little. The smile in her eyes immediately became more sincere. Actually, there was no need to hold an umbrella to block the rain from her master's study to hear. It was just that the calligraphy in her arms was worth a lot and she had to be serious about it, so she had an extra umbrella. The three servant girls walked back together. Naturally, there was a lot of teasing between the girls. Qiushui and Chun Nong came from the same family and they were like sisters. There was a subtle gap between them and the servant girl who came from a different background. However, when intelligent girls interacted with each other, they naturally wore a thick mask with heavy makeup. Su Fengnian closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. This was the second time he traveled with Li Chuangong's clay figurine. As long as there was a bed to sleep on, most of them would be in this position asking for trouble. Moreover, if they didn't take off their soft armor, the room would be adjacent to or facing the old god of sword Li. It was easy to imagine how afraid His Royal Highness was of death. Although the majestic Tao Qianji was dressed in a civil official's robe, it was difficult to conceal the aura of a general that had crawled out from a pile of bones. The study room was simple and crude. Many of the antiques and treasures that had been purposely left behind by the previous city magistrate were all pawned on the first day. All the gold and silver that had been obtained were distributed to the remaining city magistrate soldiers, while the civil officials and scribes did not receive a single copper coin. During this period, there was an official who took advantage of the convenience of his duties to secretly embezzle 200 taels of silver. After he was arrested, 30 elite soldiers of the city magistrate's mansion broke in. His head dripping with blood was hung on the flagpole of the martial arts field. This official had some background. His clansmen reported this matter to the deputy head of Dragon Waste Province's county magistrate. Tao Qianji did not bring his family with him, but this former fourth-rank Chongsu general was not a rigid man. Every few days, he would spend money to invite the most popular women of the city's brothels to his manor. No matter how much money was spent, he would not skimp on it. At first, some of the brothels did not dare to accept and were forced into his hands. After a period of fear and trepidation, the city overseer did not show any signs of settling accounts. Only then did they feel relieved. In addition, the heroic deeds of this Chongsu general continued to spread throughout the city. Gradually, Tao Qianji's reputation rose like a tide. Many brothels took the initiative to send their top courtesans to the city overseer's manor. Originally, they could earn dozens of taels of silver a night, but when they opened their mouths and asked for only dozens of taels of silver, Tao Qianji did not fuss over the details. He appeared more and more like a general, making the people of the city who were originally afraid that thieves would come and clean. In the continuous drizzle, Tao Qianji sat in the empty and shabby study, reading a military book by the light of a lamp. A trusted officer from Gusai province stood at the door and respectfully said, "Princess Hongyan of Jade Toad province has come to visit in the rain." Tao Qianji frowned and said indifferently, "If she enters the manor alone, I will not see her." A plump woman with a mink hair covering her forehead appeared beside the officer. Behind her was an old man dressed in brocade with his hands in his sleeves. She stepped over the threshold and placed her hands on the jade belt bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. She said sweetly, "Oh, General Tao, you put on such airs. Or are you afraid of attracting gossip?" The extraordinarily valiant city overseer frowned and put down the book. He was not the least bit afraid of this imperial relative with a xianbei hairstyle on her waist. He sneered and said, "Princess Hongyan's beauty is known far and wide. She likes to keep male companions. A mere city overseer like me would not dare to enter her eyes." The old man in brocade snorted coldly. The corner of Tao Qianji's mouth curled up and his eyes were full of disdain. Princess Hongyan, who was holding a satin umbrella and a mink hair covering her forehead, laughed wantonly. She waved her hand to indicate that the old retainer of the county overseer should not mind. She stared at the rude and unreasonable middle-aged city overseer and said with her charming eyes, General Tao, I originally did not want to enter this manner. I have to kill people every day and the yin qi is too strong. I am not as vigorous as General Tao and I am afraid that I will be haunted by ghosts. It is almost Qingming festival, Tao Qianji said coldly. If Princess Hongyan does not have any important matters to attend to, please forgive me for not seeing you out. This plump beauty, who was one of the wealthiest in Jade Toad State, was offended several times, but she still did not show any anger. She smiled and said, "All right, I won't beat around the bush with General Tao. Someone asked me to pass on a message to General Tao. 8 words, tomorrow morning, don't go out." Tao Qianji, who felt that he was being teased, was furious. The study was filled with murderous intent. The brocade-clothed old man's sleeves billowed like waves. The princess patted her cheeks lightly and said apologetically, "Oh my stupid mouth. What nonsense did I say? I was wrong. It is indeed 8 words, Qingming festival tomorrow, do not go out. General Tao, please believe me. I do not dare to disobey the person who said these 8 words." Tao Qianji turned around and said coldly without any fluctuation in his tone, "I will not see you out." Princess Hong Yen swung the silk satin umbrella that was soaked in rainwater and said with a smile, "This princess will remember Lord Tao's hospitality today." Under the eaves of the courtyard, the brocade-clothed old man, whose martial power was definitely higher than Tao Qianji's, took the umbrella and opened it. He tilted it towards his mistress and said angrily, "Princess, why don't you let me teach this insignificant 5th-rank city overseer a lesson?" The mink-hair-covering woman, who was not in a hurry to step into the rain, reached out her hand to catch the rain. She did not answer the question but said with blurred eyes, "Why is God crying?" Early in the morning 2 days later, the rain was getting heavier and the road was full of mud. City Overseer Tao Qianji led 30 riders out of the city to visit the grave of a comrade who had died in battle. It was raining heavily on Qingming festival. It was not easy to burn paper, but it was easier to die. Chapter 4:17. The Beimang border was similar to the Han customs of the Liang dynasty, especially after the refugees of the 8 kingdoms had moved in. In fact, there was not much difference. On the Double Ninth festival, they would plant dogwood, enjoy osmanthus and eat mooncakes. On New Year's Eve, they would set off firecrackers, and today's tomb sweeping day. The men of the family, regardless of age, would bring wine, food, fruits, and paper money to the graves. They would burn the paper money and cover the old graves with new soil. As the younger generation, the children and youths would fold tender yellow twigs and stick them in the graves. After burning the paper money, they would kowtow and pay respects to their ancestors, and pray for some good fortune before they could return. There was no fixed time to visit the graves during tomb sweeping day. It could be sooner or later. However, because of the heavy rain in Beimang, most of the graves were on the outskirts of the city and were not close by. Many of the common people were worried about their clothes and hoped that they could wait until the rain lessened before going to visit the graves. Therefore, the departure of the 31 cavalrymen from Beimang was very eye-catching. The limestone streets of Beimang were slanted from the middle to the sides. Normally, it was not easy to notice them, but during the heavy rain, when the rainwater slid into the gutters, one would be able to see them clearly. The sound of the hooves of the 30 armored cavalrymen pounded heavily on the hearts of the people on both sides of the street. Connecting this commandant general's bloody deeds of killing more than 100 enemies on the border battlefield and killing people and drinking to his heart's content every day in the Beimang manor, the common people felt more and more that they could rely on this Beimang manor, who had a military background. Wei Feng was a merchant, and no matter how much money a merchant made, his status was still inferior to that of a landowning household. Although Wei Feng was one of the few wealthy people in Beimang, his manor was still 2 streets away from the Beimang manor. Fortunately, the Wei manor was on the main road of the city, quiet amidst the commotion. It just so happened that one could see the 31 cavalrymen galloping out of the city. Leading them was the armored Tao Qianji, who did not conform to the official system. His steed was a rare Fergana horse, light gold in color. Fergana horses were already exceptionally precious, and this fine steed, bestowed by the Gusai prefecture, was the most outstanding of its kind. It was exceptionally vigorous, making the rich in the city drool and the common people fearful at the sight of it. The city overseer, Tao Qianji, took the lead, his eyes looking straight ahead. Naturally, he did not notice that under the high walls of the Wei Mansion's main gate, there was a young man with a saber on his back, squatting down. A servant girl with a delicate body and charming eyes was holding an umbrella for him. That young master was squatting in a corner with his knees bent, his face facing the south. With great difficulty, he had burned several handfuls of yellow paper money. Probably because he had done his best, he put the remaining handfuls of yellow paper money back into his bosom. The pretty and pitiful maid reminded him in a low voice, "Young Master Su, it's not good to put the paper money for the ancestors into the arms of the living. Shall I help you keep it?" Su Fengnian stood up and saw that her left shoulder was soaked. He used his fingers to push the mahogany umbrella towards the maidservant. He crossed his hands and placed them on his abdomen. He looked at the armored horses galloping away in the rain. He smiled but didn't say anything. He just shook his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the small umbrella was quietly tilting towards his head. He took the umbrella, feeling both angry and amused, and held it over the two people's heads. The maidservant, Chun Nong, raised her small head and blinked her pair of eyes that were naturally overflowing with spring. Su Fengnian rubbed her head and smiled. "I'll send you into the mansion first. Later, I'll go out for a walk. You don't have to follow me. This time, I'm leaving the city and I don't know when I'll be back. If we get to the town god's temple and the rain isn't as heavy as it is now, I'll help you and Qiushui bring a tray of Zhouji soup dumplings." The young maidservant, who had just started to grow, said considerately, "It's just these roads. I'll be there in a few steps. Young master, you can just go straight for a stroll." Su Fengnian narrowed his extremely beautiful red phoenix eyes and pretended to be wronged. He teased, "I wanted to say a few more words to a certain young lady, but she doesn't understand the situation." At that moment, the young lady seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her entire heart and liver trembled. She was so infatuated that she couldn't speak. She could only tilt up her small chin, which would suddenly sharpen if she was a few years older, and look at the young master with an intoxicating smile in front of her. Some first awakenings of love were always inexplicable. Perhaps most of them would be blown away by the rain and wind. However, the scene at this moment caught the young lady unprepared. Su Fengnian smiled as he sent her into the Wei Manor. After entering the door, the young lady didn't immediately walk into the deep courtyard. Instead, she stood where she was and looked at his slender back. She looked carefully and saw that when he held the umbrella and walked through the curtain of rain outside the eaves, his figure paused. It was as if he was looking through the umbrella at the sky that was like a large ink-stained inkstone. Su Fengnian held the umbrella and walked slowly on the street. His shoes and socks had long been soaked when he burned the paper. His Royal Highness in Beiliang stepped on the stone slabs in Beimang City to kill the 31 iron horsemen, including the mayor. The truth was that it was a bit cold. It was similar to the damned weather that made people shrink their necks and curse. The Fish Dragon gang had paid a huge price to send the goods into the city. In fact, after they handed over the goods to Wei Feng, they had nothing to do with it. However, they still stayed until today and agreed to leave the city in the afternoon. In the past few days, Wei Feng had done his part as a host. He had asked several stewards to take these country bumpkins who had never seen the world to experience the taste of gentleness. This alone cost more than 3,000 taels of silver. In the eyes of the Fish Dragon gang, this was a shocking extravagance. Even they felt a little embarrassed when they were eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Only Lu Nerong, who had suffered a lot, remained silent. She didn't tell anyone about the death of their guest, Gong Sun Yang. The young Wang Dashi was the only idiot who had always stayed in the Wei mansion. In addition to practicing martial arts, he also memorized the incantation. The day before yesterday, young Master Su taught him a sword move. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn it no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, young Master Su seemed to be a strange master who was not afraid of his disciples' stupidity, but was afraid of his cleverness. Wang Dashi didn't feel burdened. Since young Master Su had kindly taught him, he would learn it honestly. He only knew that the move was called 3-Jin. Just by hearing the name, Wang Dashi was quite fond of it and felt a sense of closeness. It was not like the tricks that the masters in the Fish Dragon gang used to scare people. Who were they trying to scare? Anyway, even Wang Dashi didn't believe that these moves could be that powerful. Su Fengnian stopped and turned to look at the unexpected person. He said calmly, "You're going to visit Gongsun Yang's grave?" Lu Narong, who looked miserable and haggard, nodded and then said word by word in a deep voice, "Or I won't let you visit the grave." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I'll just walk around the city. I won't go to Gongsun Yang's grave to say anything. I really have nothing to say." "Miss Lu, you worry too much." Lu Narong strode forward, leaving Su Fengnian far behind. This new enemy of fate left the city one after the other. Lu Narong went southwest, while Su Fengnian went southeast. It was raining heavily, and the sky was as dark as night. The official road was muddy and difficult to walk on. Su Fengnian's boots were covered in yellow mud. After walking neither fast nor slow for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he did not come across a single gravedigger. Su Fengnian exhaled a mouthful of fog and closed his umbrella with a bang, allowing the soybean-sized raindrops to smash against his body. He began to run wildly, but he did not run straight along the official road. Instead, he ran in an extremely large circle. Every time his toes stepped on the ground, a mud hole would be created in the ground and countless splashes of water would splash up. If an ordinary person was watching, they would only see a green shadow flash past, leaving behind a string of water puddles that were 6 zhang apart like blooming lotuses. It was like using a pebble to float across a lake. City Overseer Tao Qianji came to a lonely grave mound. Lying inside was a comrade of the Gusi border army who didn't have any official title. When he died, he was only a sergeant. This old fellow entered the border army's infantry battalion at the age of 16 and had been in the army for more than 30 years. He spent 2 years relying on luck to kill a northern Liang cavalry to rise to the rank of sergeant. Then, he wasted an entire 20 years in this position as a sergeant, going back and forth on the battlefield, never killing many people. However, it was strange to say that after all these years of dealing with the King of Hell under a hail of arrows, he still didn't die. The old sergeant had only led a dozen or so brats under his command, and now, only 4 of them were left. Tao Qianji was one of them. He had been promoted from an infantry soldier to a cavalry soldier, rising rapidly to the position of commandant general. One of them had become a 5th-rank infantry commander, one of them had become one of the few outstanding sentries in the Gusi border army, and the last one had an even more illustrious official position than Tao Qianji, vaguely about to become a pillar of the northern Mang royal court. The old corporal was greedy for life and afraid of death. What he taught these new soldiers was not how to kill the enemy bravely, but how to fight a war with a cowardly attitude. For example, he taught them how to play dead without leaving a trace, how to steal the valuables from corpses, and how to behead the enemy to gain military merits. But it was precisely this old ruffian, who was about to receive a salary and retire at home, who had died in a battle without warning. He had blocked a fierce Bailiang saber for his subordinate, and his entire back had been slashed open. He was just an ordinary foot soldier of the Baimang border army, and the soft armor he wore was completely useless against the sharp Bailiang saber. Tao Qianji and a few of his peers were still young at that time. They held the dying corporal in their arms and did not understand why this old man, who was addicted to alcohol, said that it would be better to die on the battlefield rather than in a coffin. Before the corporal died, he nagged and nagged. He was not a man of integrity, but he was in so much pain that tears and snot flowed down his face. In the end, he said, "It really King hurts." 30 personal guards from Gusai neatly dismounted from their horses and stood in the distance. 2 of them took off their backpacks. One of them took out a few bottles of good wine that the general had specially bought with a lot of money. There was nothing else but wine. The other took out a large stack of paper money wrapped in oil paper and handed it to the general along with the fire starter. After that, he opened an umbrella to block the wind and rain. Chapter 4:18. Tao Qianji squatted on the grave mound and smashed a wine bottle with his fist. 6 or 7 bottles of expensive soju from Gangnam-do in the Liang dynasty flowed freely into Beimang and seeped into the mud in front of the grave along with the rainwater. Tao Qianji flicked the tongs used in the army and ignited the yellow paper. He muttered to himself, "Old man, you don't have much ability, but you taught us how to survive. At that time, if you didn't say that it was useless for you to accumulate military merits and gave those 2 heads to Dongzhuo, this guy wouldn't have the glory he has today even if he was beaten to death. If you didn't block a knife for me in the end, I wouldn't have been able to get you good wine. That Dongzhuo is a stone in a latrine pit. He has a stinky and stubborn temper. When we were drinking, he let it slip that he didn't have the face to see you, an old man who is as prideful as he is. I didn't think as much as he did. Since we're already in Lucheng, it wouldn't be right if we didn't bring you a few bottles of good wine that you've coveted for a long time during the Qingming festival. You're a narrow-minded old man. When I stole your wine, it was like stealing your wife. Oh, I forgot. You've been single your whole life. If you're still alive today, old man, you only need to tell us who you like. Dongzhuo and I won't be afraid of anyone. We'll help you snatch it." Tao Qianji held the burning yellow paper in his hand, completely ignoring the burning pain. He said softly, "Before I came to visit your grave, I killed a Bailiang soldier. I chopped off his limbs with my own hands with a Bailiang knife. I know you're a coward and I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well, so I didn't bring him to your grave to disturb you. Old man, let me tell you. In fact, the Bailiang cavalry only thought we were invincible when we were young. It was mainly because we were scared by you. Every time before we went to the battlefield, we would see you trembling and your legs shaking just by hearing the hooves of the horses. Even Dongzhuo and I were scared to death. Now that we've killed so many Bailiang soldiers, it's actually not that big of a deal. When we came to Lucheng, we brought 4 cages of Bailiang soldiers. Many of them were begging for mercy like dogs. Some of them were worse than dogs when they drew their swords against their fellow soldiers in order to survive." After the yellow paper was burned, Tao Qianji clapped his hands to disperse the ashes. He slowly got up and said, "I won't keep you from drinking." The 31 cavalry silently mounted. Tao Qianji. Tao Qianji's. Tao Qianji. Of Tao Qianji. Tao Qianji nodded and said with a smile, "I thought those parasites in the imperial family sauce jar would take the opportunity of my demotion to come here and clamor to beat a drowning dog. It seems that I overestimated their courage." The captain sneered, "What kind of brave soldiers can these embroidered pillows wearing silver armor and carrying silver swords produce? Even if there were 100 of them, they would only be stuffed between our teeth." Tao Qianji raised his head to look at the gray sky. The rain showed no signs of abating. He withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Return to the city." The sound of thunder, rain, and horse hooves. 1 cavalryman followed the other. They rushed out of the 2 to 3 miles long muddy path near the burial mound and were about to turn into the official road. Tao Qianji's pupils shrank. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He raised his hand and the 30 cavalrymen behind him stopped instantly. Normally, the official road could allow 4 cavalrymen to ride side by side. But after the heavy rain, it was full of potholes. 3 cavalrymen riding side by side was the limit. If the cavalrymen wanted to maximize the impact of their charge, 2 cavalrymen would be the best. On the official road splashed with water droplets, a young man with a saber stood with an umbrella. There was no way the military officer who was proficient in scouting could investigate every single blade of grass and tree within a range of 3 li in such a short amount of time. Together with the fact that the heavy rain had erased all traces of footprints, he could only guarantee that there was a group of around 10 people. Towards this fish that slipped through the net, the Northern Mang's 6th-rank military officer berated, "Who goes there?" The man with the saber didn't speak. He just slowly closed the umbrella and inserted the tip of the umbrella into the mud beside him. Tao Qianji was indeed a decisive general. When he saw the young man's action, the corner of his mouth twitched. He said calmly, "2 teams, charge. Kill without mercy." The 2 cavalrymen rushed out side by side. The horses under the cavalrymen were strong. They were good horses that were familiar with war. When they ran, they showed a very dynamic visual beauty. When the rain washed over them, their mane trembled with the rhythm of their muscles. For a moment, the sound of the horses' hooves covered the sound of the rain. The 2 unsheathed sabers were as clear as snow. The blades were wider and thicker than the Bailiang sabers. They were similar in length but slightly less sharp. The curvature was bigger. Experienced soldiers had to match the running speed of their mounts when they attacked. The road conditions caused the horses to bump up and down. The 2 cavalrymen had thick arms. They were originally brave spearmen of the Gusi border army. When they attacked with their sabers, they were imposing. If they weren't elites, they wouldn't be qualified to be brought to Lucheng by Tao Qianji as his personal guards. The 2 tall horses attacked at the same time. The young man who was sandwiched in the middle didn't move his feet. His body turned like a top and drew an arc. He leaned back toward the horse whose saber missed. He stepped back with his right foot and pressed his back against the horse's side. Then, with a loud bang, the man and the horse, which weighed nearly 2,000 pounds, were knocked out. The 4 hooves were suspended in the air. They fell down 60 or 70 feet away. The cavalryman on the horse fainted on the spot. Leaning against the back of a horse, the young saberman leaped forward with the help of the rebound force. He took a few steps forward at lightning speed and punched the muscular buttocks of the second war horse. Blood splashed out in an instant. The war horse whined and spun half a circle in the air before landing in the mud outside the official road. The cavalryman was indeed brave. He bounced off the back of the horse and slid a long distance in the mud. He wiped his face with a ferocious expression. The 2 leading cavalrymen of the remaining 8 cavalrymen, who had been charging in 2 rows, were fearless in the face of this swordsman's cold-blooded methods. Based on the experience they had gained from countless battles on the battlefield, they once again cooperated with their comrades to strike with their swords. The young man didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. His body was like a swimming fish. He slid through the curtain of rain and lowered his head to avoid the saber. He ignored the cavalryman on his right. His left hand was glued to the arm of another cavalryman. His feet were lifted off the ground by the momentum of the horse's charge. He quickly flipped onto the horse and sat behind the cavalryman. He pressed his hands on the cavalryman's head and twisted it in a crisscross manner. The crooked arm snake stuck to the chest of the corpse. With a twist, the corpse that weighed 140 or 50 pounds was thrown backward. It hit the head of the cavalryman who was chasing behind him. The head of the horse that had fought with its master for many years was smashed. Its front hooves were bent and it crashed into the mud. The cavalryman rolled a few times. The 4th cavalryman was skilled in horsemanship. Not only did he avoid the fallen horse, he also bent down and reached out to pull up the first man. The latter jumped onto the horse without hesitation. The 2 men rode together and continued to pursue without fear of death. It was obvious that Bei Mang's soldiers were brave and good at fighting. Chapter 419. The machete man had no intention of engaging in a horse battle with the remaining city riders. The mount suddenly neighed in pain, its 4 legs seemed to have been crushed by a heavy weight. The machete man on the back of the horse soared into the air, turning around in midair and stabbing at the 2 riders. The 2 riders only saw a shadow sweep over their heads. Their heads were cut off by a sweep of his leg. Their bodies rolled into the yellow mud in the distance. The handsome swordsman, who had never drawn his saber, stood on the back of a galloping horse. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body shot toward another cavalryman like an arrow leaving the bowstring. After a few leaps, he kicked the cavalryman in the chest, and the cavalryman in armor was brutally crushed to death. The cavalryman was separated from his horse one by one, and his internal organs were shattered into a mess. Other than the second rider, the rest of the 10 riders were all dead. The frightened lieutenant asked in a low voice, "General, should we send someone to report to the city?" Tao Qianji nodded. He leaned over and patted his horse's head. He said calmly, "You 20 riders will scatter and return to the city. Don't worry about me." The lieutenant's eyes turned red. He called out in a hoarse voice, "General." Tao Qianji smiled. "How can I die so easily? I also don't want to die here." After Tao Qianji finished speaking, he coldly said, "Listen, return to the city." After a brief hesitation, the 20 riders left with hatred in their hearts. The young machete man didn't stop them. He jumped off his horse and onto the official road. Obviously, he only had eyes for Tao Qianji today. Tao Qianji was sitting high on his pale golden Fergana horse, with one hand holding the reins and the other holding the broadsword. With a calm demeanor he asked in a loud voice, "Did that puppy Murong Zhangtai send you to assassinate me?" The assassin standing on the road didn't say a word. He just walked toward the remaining city magistrate. Tao Qianji sneered. Could it be Princess Hongyan's new male companion? How did this little girl's standards suddenly increase so much? Interesting. Tao Qianji, who was wearing an excellent black armor, jumped off his horse and patted his horse's neck. The psychic Fergana horse trotted away reluctantly. It neighed and paced back and forth a few dozen feet away, impatiently stomping its hooves. The burly Tao Qianji seemed to know that the assassin would not reveal anything, so he did not waste any more words. The moment he drew his broadsword, killing intent filled the air. As the 2 sides charged at each other, the official road was immediately filled with murderous aura. It was actually far more imposing than when the young assassin had clashed with the 10 riders. Tao Qianji's saber technique was simple and unadorned, simple and quick. It was a killing move that he had honed during his military life. There was absolutely no sloppiness in his movements. The 2 men, who were determined to leave behind one of their corpses, collided with a loud bang. The Mang saber hacked down on the short saber's scabbard. Obviously the Mang saber did not have the extravagant hope of killing the enemy in one strike, because it had accumulated 70 to 80% of its strength. Therefore, the saber edge slid down with unparalleled swiftness. It was aimed at the young swordsman's abdomen. The young swordsman did not draw his saber. He only used the scabbard to block the attack. He did not look at the tip of the saber that was about to touch his abdomen. He twisted his right wrist, and the short saber in the scabbard left his hand. It spun in front of him and formed a perfect circle without any gaps. When the raindrops that covered the sky and earth hit the circle, they were rebounded. Tao Qianji narrowed his eyes. The tip of his saber did not shrink back. He suddenly exerted force, trying to pierce through the circle that was no thicker than the scabbard. The tip of the Mang saber rubbed against the simple scabbard, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal and stone colliding. Tao Qianji's qi flowed like a spring, layer upon layer. In an instant, he multiplied his arm strength several times, and the tip of his saber blossomed with a bright white light. The young assassin retreated. He did not see how he touched the scabbard, but he was pulled back. His right hand swept out in a subtle angle, and the scabbard in his hand spun rapidly around the tip of the saber like a viper. Then, it climbed up and was about to chop off Tao Qianji's wrist that was holding the saber. Tao Qianji pulled back his hand slightly and snorted coldly. Where did this unorthodox saber technique come from? Insignificant skill. This cavalry general, who had always been famous for his horse battles in Gusai, swung his sleeves. His Mang saber successfully knocked away the strange scabbard that was still spinning incessantly. Seeing that the person in front of him was unarmed, his Mang saber shone brightly and was about to break the silent assassin's chest. However, when Tao Qianji saw the assassin's right arm pull back and then pull back, he became vigilant. He used the 1,000-pounds fall. His feet sank deep into the mud, and he lowered his head to avoid the scabbard that was about to cut his head. Tao Qianji, who had dodged the attack, pulled out the tip of his foot, splashing a large piece of mud as he pounced on the young swordsman with endless strange techniques. Both of his hands gripped the hilt of his saber. His robust body leaned forward, and with a strong momentum, he crashed into the young swordsman with his saber. The scabbard did not cut off Tao Qianji's neck, but it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it circled in the air like a swallow and came to the assassin's left hand. With a flick of his finger, the scabbard left his hand in the blink of an eye and stabbed toward Tao Qianji. Somewhat aggrieved, Tao Qianji twisted his Mang saber and rolled his body along with it. He stood still on the side of the official road and stared at the assassin who had accurately controlled the scabbard to kill with a flick of his finger. He laughed sinisterly. It's actually the flying saber of the Jianghu Boers. Let me see how long you can do it in one go. The scabbard was like a nimble swallow circling around the beam. Every time the swordsman flicked his finger, it would circle incessantly. Neither side gave the other a chance to rest. The white light of the Mang saber was like a firefly. Tao Qianji rolled his saber and moved away. The scabbard circled in the air like a swallow, constantly colliding with the Mang saber. In contrast, Tao Qianji, who was full of murderous intent, was unable to restrain his anger. The rolling momentum of his saber was terrifying. The assassin, who was none other than Bailiang and His Royal Highness, was much more leisurely. On the official road, he used the flying saber that he had stolen from Xiao Chang outside the Tumbling Horse Pass and the Fish Dragon Gang's master's three-cupped fists. He had mastered it thoroughly and was strolling leisurely. He seemed to know when to advance and when to retreat. He already had a somewhat lofty Grand Master's demeanor. There was once an old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat who made an immortal kneel with an umbrella. The scabbard of the Spring Thunder had failed several times against Tao Qianji's armor. Su Fengnian's eyes suddenly became fierce. The sword intent in his chest suddenly poured out like a river. He unbelievably used the flying saber's scabbard to perform the embryonic form of the sword Qi rolling dragon wall. The scabbard closed and the Spring Thunder finally returned to Su Fengnian's right hand. Tao Qianji knelt on one knee. Bei Mang's saber was stabbed into the ground. Thick blood flowed from his wrist along the blade. His armor was shattered. His whole body was badly mutilated. There were even some wounds where his bones could be seen. Tao Qianji raised his head and grinned. "Boy, are you still not going to pull out my saber?" Su Fengnian thought for a while. The corner of his mouth pulled up into a cruel smile. Then, he tirelessly performed the sword Qi rolling dragon wall 10 times. After 3 times, Tao Qianji's armor was completely broken. After 6 times, only his right arm holding the saber was still intact. After 10 times of the sword Qi rolling dragon wall, Tao Qianji's body was already smashed. He knelt on the ground with his hands on the hilt of his saber. Su Fengnian slowly walked forward and mercilessly used the Spring Thunder's scabbard to send him flying. The Fergana horse galloped over. Su Fengnian sneered and leaned to the side. He gently jumped up and wrapped his arms around the horse's neck. He bent his knees and leaned his body back. Taking advantage of the momentum, he flipped the warhorse over. It collapsed on the official road with a loud crash. The Fergana horse's entire back was smashed and it died on the spot. From beginning to end, Su Fengnian didn't waste a single word with this Bei Mang city magistrate, who should have had a bright future ahead of him. Su Fengnian stood up and allowed the rain to wash away the mud on his back. He repositioned the spring thunder saber and pulled out the umbrella. Facing the direction of Beimang, he pulled out the handful of yellow papers that he had deliberately left at the foot of the wall of the Wei residence and gently scattered them into the air. A 7,000-word chapter, please receive a red ticket. Chapter 420. Walking in the heavy mud with an umbrella, Su Fengnian slowly tore off a piece of root mask and put it in his pocket. Among the 6 masks meticulously made by the southern Xinjiang witch Xu Xiu, there were 3 levels of air passage, root formation, and spirit. The air passage mask could be smeared and removed at will, but it would take a lot of energy to use the root formation mask. According to Xu Xiu, the mask could only be used once. As for the reincarnation mask, which changed one's foundation, one could not restore one's original appearance even if one was disfigured. The root formation mask could be used 3 to 4 times. Su Fengnian did not want any men of sacrifice to follow him. He left a puppet in Beiliang Palace as a smokescreen. After entering Beimang, he would inevitably become a thrifty miser. He would kill 6 second-rank martial artists, 3 Vajra martial artists, and 1 finger Xian martial artist. This was one of the goals that Su Fengnian had set for himself in northern Mang. The reason why he chose Left City in Dragon Waste Province as the base of northern Mang was mostly because of Tao Qianji, the city overseer. This former commander-in-chief who had been demoted in public but was actually promoted in private was placed in Left City by northern Mang royal court. How could it be as simple as keeping Tao Qianji away from the grudges between him and the several members of the royal family of the younger generation? Northern Mang Empress sat on the throne of the royal court and cast covetous eyes on the Liang dynasty that had unified the spring and autumn period. She was truly acting as if she was sitting in the north and facing the south. Who dared to say that Tao Qianji was not a key pawn that she used to target northern Liang Yuzhou? Although this person was only a martial artist who was close to second rank, Tao Qianji was far more than ordinary in terms of rallying the people at the border and the threat to Beiliang in the future. When he talked with Su Xiao secretly, he mentioned this new city magistrate. He said that killing Tao Qianji was equivalent to killing 3,000 Beimang soldiers. At this time, Tao Qianji, who liked to torture and kill Beiliang soldiers every day, had not yet stabilized his foundation. How could Su Fengnian not make a move? Tao Qianji could be considered to have died at a good time. Although Su Fengnian had taken off his mask and the simple and unadorned spring thunder saber at his waist was not very conspicuous, the 20 or so armored bodyguards had fled back to Yu City. Even if they were like a group of dragons without a leader, with Tao Qianji's achievements in managing the army, they were bound to set up an inescapable net. Su Fengnian had been strolling around the city for the past 2 days and had already thoroughly studied the layout of Yu City. Instead of going through the city gate, he chose a section of the city wall where there were few signs of human habitation and climbed up the wall like an ant attacking a city. The rain was still pouring down heavily. He climbed to the top of the city wall and leaped over it, landing lightly at the base of the inner city wall. He walked through the deserted alleys and narrow streets. Other than Tao Qianji, there were still other experts in Yu City. Small groups of cavalry roamed in different directions. The martial law was cleverly enforced, loose on the outside but tight on the inside. Su Fengnian was worthy of being called an expert when it came to this level of patrolling and searching. Naturally, he easily avoided them and even went to Zhou Ji's store to buy a tray of piping hot soup dumplings. From the time he left the Wei mansion to the time he returned, it had only been 3 hours. There was still an hour until lunch time. The maidservant Chun Nong had been waiting in his room. When Su Fengnian pushed open the door, the bored girl was leaning against the windowsill in a daze and did not notice him. It was only when she smelled the aroma that she suddenly turned her head. She saw young Master Su, drenched in sweat, holding a tray of food in his hands. Her eyes reddened for no reason. Su Fengnian had no choice but to interrupt her brewing emotions. He teased, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I bought it along the way. Take it and eat it with Qiushui. As for changing clothes, I'll do it myself. I don't want to spoil your appetite. Are you crying? Don't. If outsiders see me, they'll think I'm worse than a beast. I want to take a tray of soup dumplings and elope with you back to Beiliang. The young maidservant sniffled. Seeing young Master Su's determined expression, she hesitated for a moment before giving in to the gluttonous bug in her stomach. She carefully took the soup dumplings and walked to the doorstep. She glanced back and smiled charmingly. Su Fengnian waved his hand and waited for her to trot far away before locking the door. He took off the spring thunder and placed it on the table. He took out the tightly wrapped knife manual and a stack of dough. He did not take off the silk armor that was warm in winter and cool in summer. He changed into a clean and comfortable scholar's robe and put away his personal belongings. He could really be considered to be alone in the world. Chun Nong must have eaten the soup dumplings carelessly. She was dragged back by the ear by Qiushui, who was more sensible. She helped young Master Su with his hair. Chun Nong kept throwing meaningful glances at Sister Qiushui. The latter quietly sighed and asked, "Young Master Su, are you leaving Luqing to return to Lingzhou today?" Su Fengnian nodded and went straight to the point. Uncle Wei's original intention was for the two of you to return to Lingzhou with me. However, there's a saying. If a man doesn't have a career, how can he start a family? Turning his head, he saw the two maidservants looking at each other. They were very cute. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "You really believe me? I'm just poor and can't afford to raise the two of you. I want to make a few more trips to Beimang and earn some money before bringing the two of you back to Lingzhou in a grand manner." Chun Nong, who was combing Su Fengnian's hair, timidly said, "Chun Nong and Sister Qiushui can play women's and zither. It's fine even if we don't need young Master Su's support." Qiushui's thoughts were much more meticulous and mature. She quietly shook her head at Chun Nong. The latter's eyes were wet like a broken dam. She was like a pool of water that had been wrinkled by the spring breeze. She was full of affection, but she obediently bit her lips and did not cry out loud. Of course, Su Fengnian would not really bring the two maidservants back to Beiliang. Even if he used his identity as a disciple of the military supervisor's mansion, it was not suitable. Furthermore, his real identity was like a lightning pool. If he stepped into it carelessly, he would easily be crushed. The two delicate 10 golden lotuses were best grown in such a quiet environment. If they were transplanted into a turbulent river, they would only die early. During the last lunch in Luqing, the most eye-catching dish was actually a fried snail with ginger and pepper. Qingming snail, as fat as a goose, was a pile of green on the white jade plate. It was a pity that the members of the Fish Dragon gang were a group of boorish men. They only recognized pigs, cows, and sheep as meat dishes. They did not know how difficult it was to find these seasonal snails from the muddy ponds and streams in Jiangnan and transport them alive to Beimang. Fortunately, there was a roasted whole lamb at every table, which made the Fish Dragon gang feel greasy. Today, Lu Nerong had said that they were not allowed to drink, which was a bit of a fly in the ointment. However, after Xiao Bangzhu and foreign guest Gong Sun left, Miss Lu became more and more at ease. Gradually, she became more and more independent. The members of the Fish Dragon gang were sincerely convinced. The tears on Chun Nong's cheeks disappeared, but she was in low spirits. On the other hand, Qiushui was still graceful and considerate. She stood beside Su Fengnian, picked out the meat of the snails with a bamboo stick, and put them on the plate one by one. The old fox Wei Feng's generosity had already won the favor of the Fish Dragon gang. They knew that Grandpa Wei was rich and powerful, and he was a tycoon who had a firm foothold in Beimang. Naturally, he was arrogant. Otherwise, many people would want to recognize him as their godfather. Originally, they did not know much about Grandpa Wei and did not like him. Now, it was obvious that he was related to Grandpa Wei. Many people completely lost the courage and interest to challenge Grandpa Wei. They began to think about how to be more friendly on the way back to Beiliang to make up for the estrangement from the northbound trip. Wei Feng smiled and said, "Nephew, fried snails are like old wine. Even the king of hell would not leave. This fried qingming is not a famous dish, but it's really hard to enjoy this taste in Beimang. You should try more." He should really treat him as his nephew. Wei Feng did not continue to be polite. He turned to Lu Nerong and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, Grandpa Wei still said that if you really want cash, you can immediately send it to the Fish Dragon Gang's carriage. The Wei family also has some strong men who can help to escort. I dare not boast, but I can still squeeze out 20 men." Lu Nerong shook her head and said with a smile, "It's too rash to bring tens of thousands of taels of silver to the border. These days, the Fish Dragon Gang has been treated with great care by Grandpa Wei. We have spent too much money, and we really don't have the face to let Grandpa Wei worry about us." Lu Nerong trusts Grandpa Wei, and also trusts the two banks in Beiliang and Beimang. Wei Feng stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Lu Nerong raised her cup. "Lu Nerong does not dare to drink too much, but I respect Grandpa Wei very much. I will toast Grandpa Wei 3 times on behalf of the Fish Dragon Gang. Grandpa Wei, you can drink as much as you want." She drank 3 cups in a row without spilling a drop. Wei Feng took a sip and put down the cup, but no one thought that the old man was putting on airs. During this period of time, in addition to relying on the Wei family to live a happy life in the city, they also heard a lot of anecdotes about Grandpa Wei, which were more interesting than the stories told by the storytellers in the tea-houses. The wind and rain stopped, and many people went out to visit the tombs on the street. When they came, there was a carriage with goods and a Gongsun Lianxiu with a horn bow at his feet. When they left, there was only Su Fengnian with the spring thunder saber in the corner. Before getting on the carriage, he bowed to Wei Feng. This time, the latter did not pretend to be angry and accepted it calmly. Watching the Fish Dragon Gang go farther and farther away, Wei Feng withdrew his gaze and glanced at the 2 maids, Chun Nong and Qiu Shui, who were not able to send him off. He frowned and moved his lips slightly, but it was unclear what Grandpa Wei said. Passing by the city gate, Su Fengnian, who did not have the spring thunder saber, took the initiative to get off the carriage. The guards at the city gate opened the entry records and checked them carefully one by one. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they let them go. 100 steps away from the city, Su Fengnian, who was leading the horse, subconsciously looked at the city gate and saw a woman with a mink hair covering her forehead standing side by side with the well-dressed retainer. She made a fierce gesture of cutting her throat with a knife. Su Fengnian smiled. Are they all rushing to die on the Qingming festival? Stay in the city? Stay. At this moment, Su Fengnian had the impulse to draw his knife. A princess with a xianbei hairstyle on her waist. Her head seemed to be no lighter than Tao Qianji's head. Chapter 421. Finally, God's face was no longer gloomy. The sky slowly cleared up, and the first ray of sunlight shone through the clouds that had been cloudy for many days. The plump woman wore a mink headband on her head and a jade belt on her waist. She held a satin umbrella in one hand and swung it back and forth. She looked down at the slender man who had left the city with the Fish Dragon Gang. After doing that bloody action, she seemed to be amused by herself and burst into laughter. The old man in embroidered clothes beside her could not understand her master's thoughts. He asked in a low voice, "Princess, why are you competing with this Beiliang commoner? Do you need me to take action?" 2 days ago, Princess Hongyan, who had personally gone to the city lord's mansion to deliver the message to Tao Qianji, shook her head slightly. She stopped laughing and said playfully, "Old Dragon King, I'm just playing around. I don't know why I can't help but want to bully and scare this guy when I see him. But it's strange. Even though I know it's impossible, I still feel that this guy has something to do with Tao Qianji's death. We women's intuition can't even be understood by ourselves." The old man in embroidered clothes smiled and said, how can I deserve to be called Dragon King by Princess Hongyan? The woman, who was already extremely wealthy in the Beimang dynasty, smiled and did not comment. She gently spun the satin umbrella with a red sandalwood handle. She had liked rainy weather since she was young. She would spin the umbrella in the rain and shoot the raindrops. The Northern Mang Empress, who was over 50 years old, had always been cold and indifferent to the royal family. She was only exceptionally fond of this young princess. When Princess Hongyan was still a child, she would often follow her father into the palace to meet the emperor. His Majesty the Emperor would personally place her on his lap and watch her play. This was once a rare and heartwarming scene in the imperial palace. Unfortunately, after she grew up and left the imperial city, it was inevitable that her warm relationship with the emperor would gradually drift apart. This was especially so after Princess Hongyan's father committed a serious crime of speaking out of turn. It had already been several years since she last saw the iron-blooded empress who had killed the empress, the emperor, and the emperor's descendants. She sighed and shook her head to dispel some of her gloomy emotions. Her eyes sharpened as she said, "Tao Qianji is beyond redemption, his death is not to be regretted. He was such an important figure in the royal court, yet he was angry with me, a princess. He insisted on leaving the city during the Qingming festival. Now look, he's been killed." According to the description of the guards, the self-proclaimed painter Helian Jiayuan also painted a portrait of him. Hundreds of light cavalry equipped with only a broadsword, searching the city like headless flies. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? Tao Qianji's death is so dubious. Murong Zhangtai and the rest of the scum who have old and new grudges with Tao Qianji will be played to death by Fatty Dong and the rest of the young men with real power in the army. It will be a big fuss over a minor issue. After all, Murong Zhangtai and I are cousins. The old man, who always had his hands in his sleeves, smiled and said, "If the princess grieves over the death of the rabbit, then you are giving too much face to Murong Zhangtai and the others." The woman's face changed like the day in June. She giggled and said, "That's right. Although these brats always followed me around when they were young with 2 trails of snot hanging from their noses, it's a pity that the older they get, the less adorable they are. I'm too lazy to care about them." The old man in embroidered clothes naturally didn't rely on flattery to become one of the top officials in Jade Toad Province. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Tao Qianji was an expert in both horse and foot combat when he was young. If he practiced his broadsword technique for more than 10 years, he might have a chance to reach a higher level. That Gu Jiantang in the south was a great grandmaster who relied on killing people. There are many hidden guards in the city, which means that the slightest movement in Beiliang can't escape our eyes. Therefore, the assassin who broke through the border single-handedly is most likely not a weakling." After easily killing 10 elite cavalrymen, he then killed the small second-pin Tao Qianji in a short time and made the reinforcements rush to empty space. The key is whether or not the assassin drew his broadsword when he killed Tao Qianji. If he didn't, then it's a bit exaggerated. I reckon that not only will the city be in a state of chaos, many of the feudal officials in Dragon Waste Province will also be on tenterhooks. The woman with the mink hair covering her forehead laughed heartlessly and said, "Dragon Waste Province can't be compared to Gusai Province, which has been through the flames of war for a long time. The old men here are used to living like princes and all of them are fat. When they look down, they can't even see the little bird under their crotch. It's better if more of these Beimang officials die." The old man in embroidered robes laughed out loud. This young master's tongue was indeed as vicious as ever. Although he had followed her around for many years and had already toured all 8 provinces of Beimang, he was still surprised from time to time. Princess Hongyan murmured softly, "Li Yang has Jiaogou, but don't we also have a spider web in Beimang? I'd like to see when this assassin will run into the web." 2 cocoons, 6 men holding poles, 300 men catching men, and 80 women pouncing on butterflies. They're all like mad dogs. Hearing this string of obscure words that did not cause any ripples in the ears of the common people, the old man in embroidered robes looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there was no one around, he did not make a sound. The woman with the mink hair covering her forehead smiled charmingly and said, "Old Dragon King, what are you afraid of? Weren't you a big shot in this spider web before? Now that there are 6 insufferably arrogant men holding poles, almost half of them have to call you martial uncle." The old man sighed and said, "Without that layer of human skin identity, even a newly promoted man catching men won't take this old servant seriously." Chapter 422. She smiled and said, "Everyone says that the old Dragon King has 1 foot in the Vajra realm and 1 foot in the Profound Finger realm. He is ranked 9th among our northern Mang's 10 great devils." The old man in embroidered clothes was slightly absent-minded and shook his head. Compared to Tuoba, Hong Jingyan, and Luo Yang, whether it is in the realm or the ability to kill, I am far behind them. The woman touched the mink headscarf on her head. She looked innocent and charming as she said sweetly, "You may be lacking compared to them, but you are much better than them. I am so envious." The old Dragon King smiled knowingly. Outside the city, the young man from the Fish Dragon Gang, Wang Dashi, was walking beside young Master Su, who was leading a horse slowly. The young man had followed young Master Su's gaze and looked back. When he saw the woman with the mink hair covering her forehead, he was startled. Not all young men in Jianghu had the courage and confidence to not be afraid of tigers. Wang Dashi was very afraid of this enchanting woman who had hooked up with the soldiers at Tumbling Horse Pass. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that she was both dangerous and indecent. Su Fengnian mounted his horse and came to Lu Nerong, who was leading the group. He said directly, "I will part ways with the Fish Dragon Gang when we reach Yanhui Pass. There are some private matters that the general's residence has asked me to deal with. In the carriage, there is a small box of fire pleats that I asked for from the Wei residence, as well as a few calligraphy and paintings that old man Wei gave as a gift. It is also an additional compensation from the general's residence to the Fish Dragon Gang. Miss Lu can decide whether to accept it or not." In order to build a relationship with the government, it was not appropriate to give real money, as it would easily violate taboos. It was better to give a few tasteful treasures to play with. Moreover, it was not necessarily useful to just worship the Bodhisattva in the temple. They also had to bribe the monks guarding the door. The Fish Dragon Gang was really terrible in this regard. The more you lose the initiative and want to make up for it, the more you can't rush it. Actually, old Chief Lu has a good reputation in Lingzhou. As long as you're willing to lower your head, it won't be difficult for you to break the deadlock. In the end, don't look down on those old men who lower their heads and smile apologetically. They also have embarrassing situations where they lower their heads and lower their heads. If you think about it from another angle, unless the King of Hell sends the black and white impermanents to take their lives, there's actually no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. Lu Nerong coldly glanced at Su Fengnian. She pursed her lips, revealing her sharpness. This girl was like a piece of unpolished jade. After being polished by life, she became more and more resplendent. Su Fengnian didn't mind her deliberate indifference and continued, "I'm just saying this because I want to leave on good terms." Lu Nerong turned to look at Su Fengnian calmly and said, "I won't throw it away, nor will I find it dirty. The fish dragons deserve it." Su Fengnian smiled and turned to point at the youth who was running with his head down on the muddy official road. He whispered, "Lu Nerong, do you know that he likes you?" Lu Nerong followed his finger and saw the unknown youth in the fish dragons. She was stunned. Su Fengnian looked straight ahead and slowly said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just telling you the truth. Otherwise, you might never know that there's such a fool who has a one-sided love." Lu Nerong frowned. "I actually know." Su Fengnian didn't linger and annoyed her. He pulled on the reins and slowed down. Although he was no longer as cynical as the young heir after 2 different travels, no matter how good his temper was and how smooth his temper was, he wasn't so thick-skinned that he liked to be scolded and looked for supercilious looks. As for why he took the blame at the Wei residence and didn't explain the cause of Xiao Chang's death, it was because Lu Narong was burning with anger at that time. If he explained it, it would be a cover-up. Why bother? Moreover, if she wanted to hate, then let her hate thoroughly. His Royal Highness had walked step by step all these years. He was almost numb to this kind of misunderstanding. Wasn't this the guilt His Royal Highness felt for forcing Gong Sun Yang to his death? Returning to the youth's side, Su Fengnian laughed in a low voice. Wang Dashi, just now I told Miss Lu that you like her. Wang Dashi was first shocked, frightened, and alarmed. Then his face flushed red and he almost cried. Young Master Su was the person he admired and was most grateful to in his life. How could he dare to blame him? He could only lower his head and shake his shoulders. It was obvious that he had been wrong to the point of choking. Su Fengnian smiled and comforted him. I lied to you. Wang Dashi raised his head, unable to speak. He was at a loss and disappointed. Su Fengnian smiled. Wang Dashi, I'll teach you a good way to pursue a girl. Do you want to hear it? It's a real story. Wang Dashi hurriedly wiped his eyes and said in a low voice, Young Master Su, just say it. Su Fengnian gazed at the bright sky where the dark clouds had dispersed. He said softly, walk in front of her and tell her that if you want Jianghu, I'll give you one. If you want the world, I'll give you one. As for me, I just want a son. Will you give it to me? Wang Dashi was dumbfounded. He stammered, I don't dare to say that. The corner of Su Fengnian's lips curled up and he smiled gently. Wang Dashi then realized and asked curiously, Young Master Su, who is it? He has such guts. In our Lingzhou dialect, he's very domineering. Su Fengnian said softly, my father. Chapter 423. Su Fengnian really wanted to tell this ignorant youth who had just entered the Jianghu that those great heroes in white robes and wielding swords in front of people also had to worry about their 3 meals a day. Those beautiful women who seemed to be above the common populace would also have such petty thoughts. Those vassals who flaunted their power also had the grievance of swallowing their teeth and blood. But in the end, they gave up. It was good to have one more day of daydreaming about the Jianghu dreams of a youth. Su Fengnian bent down and rubbed the soft mane of the brown horse he sat on. His father, who had been rude to his wife the moment they met, had received a beating. But what surprised the world was that this young soldier from the East Liaoning expedition had escaped death again and again, and climbed to the top of the court step by step. Other than the armor that was no different from that of an ordinary general, he had also put on that blue satin python robe that everyone in the dynasty knew about. But in His Royal Highness's eyes, the King of Bailiang, the pillar of the country, the great general, these awe-inspiring titles, probably because it was dark under the lamp, he rarely thought deeply about them. What he remembered the most was Su Shao sewing cloth shoes year after year. In his youth, he had felt that Su Shao was extremely bored, and now, he still felt that Su Shao was boring. Boring, boring. The butcher Su Shao had many things to say. Zhao Chongling was dead, so many of his old brothers who had lived but not died with him were dead. He had never taken another consort. His children had married, traveled, and traveled. Who could he find to talk to? Su Fengnian exhaled deeply. He suddenly realized that he was also very bored, at least on this trip to the north. For some reason, His Royal Highness thought of wooden sword Wenhua's catchphrase. He was very depressed. The fish dragon gang safely reached the vicinity of Yanhui Pass. Su Fengnian also turned back north. The reason why he did not leave the city and went to the heart of Dragon Waste State was because he was afraid that old Fox Wei would notice. Refusing to accept the spring water was already suspicious. Su Fengnian did not want to cause more trouble over such a small matter. The parting with the fish dragon gang was neither sad nor joyful. It was as calm as water. The fish dragon gang did not dare to enter the city and could only spend the night on a loess slope. The feeling of using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed was not good. It was just something to talk about after success. Not many people were willing to suffer such hardships. Of the fish-dragon gang, only the young man sent Su Fengnian off. As the sun set in the west, Su Fengnian stopped before getting on the horse and said with a smile, "The fist technique I taught you is not a divine mental cultivation method. It relies on dripping water to penetrate a stone. You can treat it as strengthening your body. As for the sword technique called 3-Jin, you may not be able to use it in your entire life. If you knew that the swordsman who created this sword technique was an old blacksmith with a missing front tooth, you would be very disappointed. As for him, his surname is Huang and he is from Western Shu. He has been poor all his life and has neither a wife nor a disciple. I will treat it as accepting you as a disciple on behalf of old Huang. Both of you are stupid. A stupid master does not mind that his disciple is not smart. There are too many sly people in Jianghu. Every one of them is a fox who wants to become a demon. I am one of them. Honest people are rare. You are one of them. So don't learn from me. If I don't return to Bailiang, at least he still has one move of his sword technique." After Su Fengnian mounted his horse, the man, the horse, and Spring Thunder rushed towards northern Mang. Wang Dashi stopped and looked into the distance. When young Master Su's figure disappeared, he clenched his fists and encouraged himself, warning himself not to be lazy. As soon as he turned around, he saw Lu Nerong standing not far away. The courage he had just gathered disappeared. The young man was only left with uneasiness. Lu Nerong laughed it off and walked back to the hillside together. No matter how slow Wang Dashi was, he could see the tension between Lu Nerong and young Master Su. He said carefully, "Young Master Su is really a good person." Lu Nerong said softly, "Of course he is a good person to you. I don't deny it." Wang Dashi's face turned red. The young man was simple and honest. He was clumsy and did not know where to start. Su Fengnian rode alone to the north and sat on the horse's back. He used the basic Taoist incantation to cultivate the qi of 1 inhalation and 6 exhalations, which was seamless with the horse's back. He blew to remove heat and calm the heart, breathed to calm the 8 winds, breathed to plant the green lotus, breathed to raise the dragon and tiger, and constantly supplemented by knocking on the teeth to knock on the gold and jade, which echoed in his mind. As time went by, the qi of the body was like a bear's meridian and a bird's extension, which formed the 3 pure heavens. The most obvious thing was the formation of a layer around the heart. Different Taoist scriptures had different descriptions. Some said that the Jindan became the Yuanying of the Zhenren, while others said that the heart was planted with the longevity lotus. Su Fengnian could already clearly feel the 6 qi of the heart in his body circling around his heart, like a dragon biting a pearl, providing a strong protection to his heart. However, Su Fengnian was still far from reaching the state of introspection, but in the process of crazily absorbing the qi of the yellow court, he had a vague embryonic feeling of borrowing the celestial phenomenon and earth qi. Although there was still a layer of window paper to break through to the Vajra realm, Su Fengnian was confident that the Vajra realm was more similar to the heavenly king form of the white-robed monk of the 2 Zen temples, which was different from ordinary top martial artists. Otherwise, he would have died under Miss Hehe's hand-knife attack. The mysterious qi of the yellow court was that before the heart was exhausted, even if the limbs were broken, it would seriously affect the combat power. It was much more practical than the priceless silk armor on his body. Therefore, it was easier for the sages of the 3 religions to approach the land immortals than the dragons and pythons of the Jianghu. However, a high realm did not mean that one would be strong in killing people. Although Buddhism also had the saying that the Vajra glaring eyes could subdue the 4 demons, they still paid more attention to the Bodhisattva's benevolent 6 paths. This was also the painstaking effort of the Beimang martial arts evaluation, the national advisor Qilin Immortal, and the host of the 2 Zen temples to be independent of the evaluation. As for Tsing Yi Chao Chongqing, one should know that this person was once a peerless Confucian general who led troops to kill. He was known as the weirdo who made the heaven and earth kill.
He was the #1 weirdo among the millions of scholars in the Liang and Beimang dynasties. As his realm increased, Su Fengnian's perception of the heaven and earth increased clarity of heaven and earth. When he thought of the meeting on Gangnam-do, he could feel Chao. Chapter 424. With the protection of the slender female warrior, Su Fengnian finally reached the second floor safely after paying the deposit. The female owner of the inn, who looked unusually steady, personally carried a basin of well water and placed it on the shelf before leaving with a smile. Su Fengnian washed his face. Since his skin dared to claim that it was rooted in the ground, a normal grooming would not hinder him. The basin of well water was already very muddy. Feeling refreshed, Su Fengnian pushed open the window and turned his head to look at the wine bowls and tea sets on the table. They were actually expensive Jiangnan craftsmanship, with 3 colors of yellow, purple, and green, extremely beautiful. No wonder the inn dared to ask for 50 taels of silver as a deposit. This duck-head green inn's business was booming, so it should not be an unscrupulous inn that used human flesh to make buns. Seeing the female owner chatting and joking with the Jianghu heroes without regard for them as strangers, Su Fengnian felt relieved. He did not dislike fighting and killing, but if he had never met each other, it would be really boring to fight to the death just for money. It was not easy to wander Jianghu. Who would want to drown in Jianghu? There were 6 dining tables in the courtyard, with more than 20 people sitting there. Most of them were bare-chested and had hairy chests. When they drank and ate, their chest muscles, which were more spectacular than a woman's chest, trembled. Fortunately, these heroes could still maintain their amazing appetite. Shoddy knives, swords, and axes were casually placed on the table. There were few good ones. Beimang was short of copper and iron, and Beiliang was strictly controlled. Even if one brought a hoe across the border, he would have to meticulously register it. When the wandering heroes of the Liang dynasty went out to gain experience, most of their weapons were of high quality, but their horses might be much worse than those in Beimang. After all, the horse farms in Beimang were much better. It was not easy to raise mature horses to fight in an army, and the 8 prefectures also kept a close eye on them. However, it was not difficult for rich heroes to spend a lot of money to get 1 or 2 horses to decorate their shop. Su Fengnian did not care about the boorish men in the courtyard who were full of vulgar words. However, the relatively quiet diners at the tables on the first floor of the inn were not simple. Among them, the diners at the 2 tables in the corner were all strong men. Most of them had the valiant spirit of soldiers that Su Fengnian was familiar with. The moon surrounded by stars was a white-haired old man with a conspicuous red mole between his eyebrows. He looked calm. A handsome and unruly swordsman in white sat alone at a table, drinking wine leisurely. His white scabbard was wrapped with silver threads, and the golden tassel on his sword was very eye-catching. The seniors of Jianghu had earnestly advised him not to reveal his true colors, but this swordsman did the opposite. He definitely had something to rely on. At the other table sat a young woman and a young girl, dressed in silk and satin. In the chaotic duck-head green inn, they looked especially pure. The young girl had red lips and white teeth, and looked 70 to 80% similar to her mother. When Su Fengnian went upstairs, he caught a glimpse of the child standing innocently on the bench from the corner of his eye, asking her mother to eat this and that. The young woman with an oval face had a lot on her mind. Her face was gloomy, but she forced a smile to deal with the child's coquettishness. Su Fengnian did not plan to go out to find food. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and reached out to cover his ears. His fingers were placed behind his head, and his index finger overlapped with his middle finger. He slid it down and lightly tapped the back of his head 24 times, knocking on several major acupoints of the Feng Mansion's Phoenix Pond. It was the great yellow courtyard's double cry heavenly drum sinking heavenly water. Inside his body, the sword aura rolled and rolled like a dragon wall. It could be said that he was in an abyss of suffering. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he heard the sound of the door next door opening and closing. Judging by the weight of the footsteps,
it was undoubtedly the mother and daughter. Su Fengnian stopped breathing and took off his outer garment. He sat cross-legged on the bed and flipped through the saber manual. The 6th page was the incomparably domineering sword aura opening shoe style. The 7th page was the thin stream swimming fish style. According to the rough annotations in the words, it was probably Wang Xianji's enlightenment when she crossed the stream to catch fish when she was young. It was combined with the quintessence of a sword expert who returned from the martial emperor city with his sword broken. It was like a fish swimming in water. It was also like a mountain range that stretched endlessly. Su Fengnian could not grasp the context of this style. He sighed and lay back, closing his eyes and concentrating. The Great Yellow Courtyard was the Supreme Heart Sutra of Taoism. Su Fengnian had been forced to clear his mind and restrain his desires for the past 2 years. It was glorified as Golden Chamber Ceiling, which made people go crazy. If word got out, he would be laughed at to death by Li Hanlin. Su Fengnian bent his finger and lightly flicked the scabbard of the Spring Thunder Saber. He heard the light tapping sounds from next door and the tender voice of a child singing a Beimang ballad. It was faintly melodious and had a unique charm. The green grass grows next year, the wild geese go and come back again. The spring breeze blows this year, will the young master return? The green grass is green on the green flagstones. On the green flagstone bridge, a man in green hums a tune from Jinling, whose daughter smiles with her head lowered. Su Fengnian felt comfortable listening to the song. He smiled and pricked up his ears to listen to the ballad. However, the good times did not last long. A violent sound of horse hooves could be heard and even the inn shook. The jingling stopped and the ballad stopped. Su Fengnian sat up and walked to the window. He saw that in the dust, nearly 100 armored cavalrymen had swarmed in. The leader was a white-robed young master riding a black steed that had been tamed by the king of wild horses. He directly smashed the inn's courtyard door. Other than 5 or 6 cavalrymen who followed him into the courtyard, the rest of the cavalrymen stopped outside the inn. Dust rose everywhere. The cavalrymen and horses were one entity. This kind of tacit silence and solemnity was far more suffocating than shouting and provoking. Su Fengnian glanced at the general sitting on the black steed. He held an iron spear in his hand and wore a xianbei hairstyle with a jade buckle. However, he was one nobility lower than the woman with a mink forehead. Su Fengnian directly closed the window. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Since there were no nursery rhymes to listen to, and he didn't want to compete with the saber manual that he had stolen, a flying sword, Peach Blossom, flew out from Su Fengnian's sleeve. It floated in the air, calmly holding his breath and shaking the green lotus. He controlled the pocket-sized dagger to fly around the house, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, like a naughty child flying a kite. If it was in the Liang dynasty where the heads of the Wulin's ambitious and ruthless people would have long had their courage crushed by the cavalry. Never did they expect that in this northern Mang's Dragon's Waste province, the men sitting at the table in the courtyard knew that there were over 100 elite light cavalry outside. Not only did they not avoid the brunt of the attack, but they also drew their sabers, drew their swords, and raised their axes. They did not even exchange a few pleasantries before more than 20 people charged over. The 6 or 7 riders did not panic in the face of danger. Aside from the 2 riders who were protecting the wealthy master who was dressed in bright clothes and riding a furious horse, the rest of the warhorses retreated. The riders drew their bows and shot arrows together. The first wave of flying feathers accurately nailed into several people's foreheads, the tail of the arrows still trembling slightly. These men's blood was stirred. Not only did they not shrink back, they instead became even more unafraid of death. The 2 riders pulled up the reins. The warhorses suddenly raised their hooves high and heavily stomped down, crushing the chests of 2 men who were close to them. However, one of the riders was immediately stabbed under the armpit by a Jianghu person who took advantage of the gap to sneak in. Then, his head was chopped off with an axe. The flying axe continued to fly towards the noble on the dark horse, but it was easily pushed aside by the disdainful look on the latter's face with 2 fingers. The other rider's situation was even more tragic. His warhorse's foreleg was cut off. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, which blocked several sabers and swords, so he did not turn into a hedgehog. However, he still could not escape death. When his warhorse fell to the ground, his head was also chopped off by a sword. This bloody battle naturally appeared inexplicable in the eyes of outsiders, but the real bloody scene had yet to come. Li Wuliang's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 425. In the courtyard, the young man sitting on the back of the dark horse was as motionless as a mountain. His iron spear was like a torrential downpour. Every time he pulled out a spear, a fountain of blood would come out from the enemy's body. Some of the flustered and exasperated flying axes were deftly deflected by him. After the cavalry behind him reaped 5 or 6 lives with their second volley of arrows, he expressionlessly pulled out his Beimang saber and urged his horse to charge forward and entangle with those Jianghu ruffians. Soon after, dozens of people rushed out from the 2nd and 3rd floor of the inn, and dozens of hooks appeared on the yellow mud wall of the courtyard. The warhorse turned around and galloped forward, and the 3 walls collapsed with a loud bang. There was no longer any Sihiyuan. The dark horse retreated as it fought. The young man, who was not an embroidered pillow, seemed to have had his fill of killing. He leisurely retreated from the courtyard with his horse. Several Jianghu ruffians whose eyes were red with bloodlust did not care about the arrows stuck in their bodies. They roared and ran out of the courtyard. Just as they rushed out of the courtyard, they were shot to death by the rain of arrows. A man cleverly rolled forward and raised his hand to chop off the dark horse's iron hooves. In the end, he was stabbed in the back of the neck by the white-robed young man, who fiercely stabbed down and pinned him to death on the ground. This white-robed young man with an elegant face twisted the iron spear and flipped the corpse over. The iron spear still did not let go of the corpse and smashed the man's face into mush. Su Fengnian heard footsteps and put away his flying peach blossom sword. After he got up, he heard a knock on the door. It was the shop owner. This strong woman carried a plate with a roasted lamb leg into the room, along with some snacks for eating. She smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry to disturb you, young master. It's true that the other rooms are occupied by customers who want to kill. Most of them are old acquaintances who have had dealings with money. As the lady boss, I don't have the face to look for a place to watch the show. So, I came to you shamelessly. Take this lamb leg as a gift for young master. Let me stand by the window for a while. What do you think?" Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, lady owner. By standing here, you are sticking a protective talisman that will keep me out of trouble. This roasted lamb leg can't be eaten for free. Give me as much money as you want. This way, I can live with a clear conscience." A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the strong woman, as if she didn't expect this unfamiliar guest to see through her act of kindness. After she put down the plate, she picked up the food and walked to the window. She cracked some melon seeds and explained calmly, "You may not know, young master, but the Green Duck Inn has been doing business for more than 20 years. Countless people come and go, and there will always be some fighting. However, the Green Duck Inn has never cared. Everyone who comes is a guest. As long as they pay enough money, they can stay and eat, drink, and visit prostitutes. As for whether they can leave alive if they are found by enemies or have a private fight in the inn, it is up to fate. The Green Duck Inn has coffins all year round. When the time comes, they can go in and lie down and wait for their relatives to come and collect their bodies. If there are no relatives, the Green Duck Inn will help bury them. They are not afraid of becoming a lonely ghost. This is not the first time that there has been a fight between soldiers and bandits like today. A few years ago, there was an even fiercer fight. The inn was not originally like this courtyard house. That time, it was completely destroyed. My husband happened to have a bit of a scholar's temperament, so he fixed it up like this. Young master, don't worry. The gratitude and grudges in Beimeng are all about not being bystanders. This is called being particular about the poor and also being particular about the good. It is an old rule in the underworld. Only those devils dare to ignore it. Su Fengnian tore off a piece of mutton that was not greasy and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. He asked curiously, "It has already become like this. 100 cavalrymen against 50 or 60 Jianghu people. Is there still a need to be particular about it?" The lady boss cracked the melon seeds very quickly. She leaned against the window and turned her head with a smile. Of course, of course. If you are not particular about it, you will become a devil. In Beimeng, everyone wants to be a devil, but not everyone can be a devil. Take my husband for example. He always says that if I dare to cheat on him, he will become a devil. Su Fengnian was speechless. He did not even dare to glance at the lady boss's small waist for fear that he would be seen as not particular about it. The lady boss seemed to be a person who could not hide her thoughts. She spilled the beans from a bamboo tube and said, "The one sitting on the crow horse is Wuxia Xianxia. He is a bit far from the royal family, but in Longyao province, he can be considered a first-class young master. His cousin in Gusai province, Wuxia Xianxia, has a better bloodline. We are just ordinary people. We only know that the lord of Beiliang, Tao Qianji, died for no reason on the Qingming festival. So our wives and daughters hurried over and said that it was because Wuxia Xianxia coveted General Tao's little wife that he killed him. We can't see through the swords and shadows of the people above us, so we can only watch the fun. Most of the men in the inn have nothing to do with Tao Qianji. But they think that General Tao, who killed Beiliang people every day, was a hot-blooded man. When they heard that Wuxia Xianxia wanted to snatch General Tao's wife, they felt sorry for the orphan and the widow. So for some reason, they gathered together and said that they wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Of course, some of them must have been hired by Tao Qianji's old subordinates. Wuxia Xianxia and his group of nobles, no matter how bad they are, at least they have dozens of Beimeng sabers and dozens of war horses. Today, they brought 100 cavalrymen with them. But it's still hard to say who will win. I believe young master has also thought of the identity of the mother and daughter next door. They also have a group of former loyal subordinates of Tao Qianji, especially that old guy with the red mole between his eyebrows. He is no weaker than Wuxia Xianxia who wields an iron spear. Su Fengnian came to the window and saw the blood flowing like a river outside. He sighed in his heart, "Is this the Jianghu of Beimeng?" Moreover, according to the landlady's tone, she didn't think highly of Wuxia Xianxia who led the charge. But if it was in the Liang dynasty, this kind of young master who could subdue women in bed, fight on horseback, talk and laugh while killing enemies, would already be very difficult. In the eyes of many people, he was already an ambitious and ruthless person with a bright future. But in Beimeng, he was just a common young master of an aristocratic family. Su Fengnian frowned. Moreover, in the Liang dynasty, the Jianghu killings could also be so fierce and tragic. But to say that there was no irreconcilable hatred between them, it was simply unimaginable that they would throw their lives away just for the widow of a general with a good reputation. Outside the building, Wuxia Xianxia laughed and said, "Whoever can withstand my spear for 10 rounds, you can be an official, gold, or women, whatever you want." Curses were heard everywhere. "Little bastard, your mother said it was too big under my crotch last night. Come, call me father." Just as he finished speaking, this man was shot to death by a feather arrow. Wuxia Xianxia, stick up your ass, I haven't touched a woman for many days, look at your soft and tender skin. Before this man finished speaking, Wuxia Xianxia, who looked calm, threw an iron spear and pierced through his head. More than half of the 100 cavalrymen were killed. Except for those who escaped halfway and those who retreated back to the inn, the rest of the Jianghu people were either dead or wounded. Wuxia Xianxia drove his horse forward, bent down and pulled out his iron spear. He stabbed those who were still breathing to death one by one. Then he waved his hand and signaled the remaining 20 cavalrymen to eliminate the root of the problem. He took only 10 cavalrymen and entered the courtyard again. He laughed and said, "Old bastard Sui Song, come out and die with your guards." Su Fengnian murmured, "It's not the same." Chapter 426. At first glance, one could tell that he was the kind of tall and thin man that couldn't be beaten with a stick. His eyes were soft and there was a trace of a smile on his face. The man nodded at Su Fengnian as a form of greeting. The lady boss saw that the dust had settled downstairs. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Sui Song was not at a disadvantage against Murong Jiangshan, but there was a hidden expert among the 10 riders who killed people like picking up grass. After a few rounds of killing, all of Tao Qianji's soldiers were killed. Without exception, all of them died without an intact body. Most of them had their arms torn off. Sui Song was held back by Murong Jiangshan, who was holding a spear on horseback and couldn't help. The old man's eyes were red. He was surrounded by a few riders who were a few feet away from him. He pulled his bow but didn't shoot. Like a monkey, he let the old man fight like a trapped beast. When Murong Jiangshan withdrew his spear, he revealed a flaw. The old man was about to capture the leader of the bandits. But suddenly, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. Unexpectedly, he was hugged by that expert from the army from behind. The two of them were in a strange position and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sui Song's chest was broken into pieces. Before he died, he was hit on the back of his head by the expert behind him. Sui Song's eyes were red and he couldn't save him. The old man's eyes were red. He was surrounded by a few riders who were a few feet away from him. He pulled his bow but didn't shoot. Like a monkey, he let the old man fight like a trapped beast. When Murong Jiangshan pulled back his spear, he revealed a flaw. The old man was about to capture the leader of the bandits. Suddenly, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. Unexpectedly, he was hugged by that expert from the army from behind. The two of them were in a strange position. This expert from the Beimang army turned his head and looked at the window where the lady boss was standing. He was about to jump up from the ground and rush into the room on the 2nd floor to kill. Murong Jiangshan was holding his spear on horseback. He signaled this guard from the Imperial Guards Bureau to not act rashly. In the palace of Beimang, there was a group of cold-blooded guards that were at the top of the military force of the dynasty. The hidden minister, the bell chaser, and the Zhaojia soldier were all the best cold-blooded butchers in the Beimang army. The 3 of them added up to a total of 400 people. Murong Jiangshan was only a marginal member of the royal family. He was far from being qualified to have any of the 3 guards as his retinue. This first-class Zhaojia soldier was borrowed from his cousin Murong Zhangtai. The Zhaojia soldier had been a Zhaojia soldier for the past 20 years, he had made great contributions in the military. The Beimang military god Tuoba was also a Zhaojia soldier. Murong Jiangshan didn't mind the people on the 2nd floor looking down at him. He raised his head and said with a smile, "Today, I've disturbed the Duckhead Green Inn, Murong Jiangshan, I'll compensate you 10 to 1 for the loss of the inn. May I ask where shopkeeper Xia is? My cousin Murong Zhangtai and I have long heard of him." The lady boss turned to look at her man and asked, "Old ghost, you just fought with the great demon Luo Yang and lost so miserably. How did you become so famous? Even the Murong brothers want to recruit you? Could it be that this time Sui Song and the others died unjustly because of you?" The man who was flirting with the lady boss not long ago was dumbstruck. A trace of mutton hung on the corner of his mouth as he stared at the thin and sickly man. The number 1 of the devil path, Luo Yang, was invincible. Except for the last time when he was stopped by Tuoba outside the imperial city, there were countless experts who fought with Luo Yang, but only a few of them survived. I heard that one of them, surnamed Xia, was one of them. He became the number 10 devil path expert, just behind the old Dragon King. Lady boss, shopkeeper Xia, please don't frighten me with your husband and wife. Even if I, old Fong, have a lot of guts, I can't stand this kind of torment. The lady boss ignored the crazy rough man. She looked at her man with a difficult expression and asked, "Hey, old ghost, let's put Wuxia Xianxia on a bonfire and roast him, what do you think we should do?" The man who was not good with words calmly said, "You say, I'll do it." The lady boss sighed and looked at Su Fengnian, who had been watching with folded arms. Su Fengnian, who knew something was wrong, smiled bitterly and said, "Lady boss, why are you looking at me? Do you think I can go out and challenge Wuxia Xianxia? Even if I want to, I'm powerless. I'm just staying in this inn, I paid all the money. You can't force me to be a good person who upholds justice, right?" The lady boss nodded and said, "That's true." The customers who came and went only knew that shopkeeper Xia was Xia Ling, who loved to get drunk, a sickly man who had a tigress at home, but they didn't know that he was the Xia Ling who could fight with the devil path expert Luo Yang without dying. The man stared at Su Fengnian and said slowly with a calm tone, "The dragon appears when the corpse is buried, the thunder rises when the abyss is silent. Young master's cultivation is amazing, your body is weak, it's obviously a Daoist's great ability to rejuvenate. If you're not a disciple of the state preceptor Qilin Immortal, I can't think of anyone who can have such a magical ability at such a young age. But the Duck-Head Green Inn has never broken the rules. If young master doesn't want to do it, Xia Ling will have to force young master to do it for the sake of the rules set by his wife. Young master, you don't have to be too difficult, you just have to make sure that the mother and daughter die outside the inn. When the time comes and those soldiers dare to enter the inn, I'll kill them all." The lady boss's face was full of guilt. She smiled and said, "Young master, please don't blame him, my husband is not very reasonable. If he didn't force himself on me, I wouldn't be willing to live a poor life with him. The white-clothed swordsman lying in the corridor is most likely Wuxia Xianxia. Young master, you can take him out and threaten him, you can buy some time." Su Fengnian saw the dark-skinned young man appear and disappear like a ghost. He slapped the man's head and killed him on the spot. He cursed, "I've long found this surnamed Fong unpleasant to the eye, he never pays for his food, credit, 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 go to the king of hell for credit." The lady boss laughed, "Don't talk nonsense, you just hate him for sleeping with your sister Ingtao." Su Fengnian, who had entered the den of thieves, said bitterly, "Lady boss, innkeeper, it's not enough for you to play the good cop and the bad cop, now you want to pull this little brother to play the bad cop to intimidate me? This way of doing business is too particular." The lady boss laughed, "If I was 20 years younger, I would definitely chase after young master." The waiter stared, "You poor swordsman, don't talk nonsense, otherwise I'll smash you to death with a stool. At that time, you won't even have your life and your sword." Su Fengnian asked, "You want me to weigh the pros and cons?" "Young master, you have great ability, but you don't do things quickly." The lady boss laughed, all right, after all, it's our inn that is in the wrong first. Old ghost, go to the door and block for this young master. Soldier Qin, don't show off blindly here, you're just a dog meat that can't be served. I'm going to the next room to have a private chat with the soft and tender woman. Young master, why don't you come with me?" Su Fengnian followed the lady boss to the next room. The mother and daughter hugged each other and squatted at the foot of the wall. The young woman was weeping with tears, her heart was as dead as ashes. The young girl didn't know what was going on, she just sobbed with her mother. The lady boss clicked her tongue, "She's really a charming young woman. Young master, isn't this what you men call, I can't help but feel pity for you? It's worth it to fight with Wuxia Xianxia and his gang for such a beautiful young woman. To want a beauty and not want the country, that's what a hero is. Who cares whose wife the beauty is, isn't this the truth?" Su Fengnian was silent. The lady boss looked at the frightened young woman and pointed at Su Fengnian beside her. She laughed, "Don't be afraid, this young master is here to save you, but the reward is that you have to give him your virginity. It's fine if you don't. Anyway, Regent Tao Qianji's precious son didn't come this time. If you let me kill this troublesome young girl, your chastity will be saved." You don't want the last descendant of the Tao family to die, right? How miserable would that be? The young woman was dumbfounded. No matter how ignorant the young girl was, she knew that the situation was dangerous. She could only cry heartbreakingly, calling for her mother. She was very sad. Seeing the hesitation in the young woman's eyes, the lady boss laughed with her arms akimbo. After laughing, she said gloomily, "Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Your daughter is a piece of flesh that fell from your body. How could you do this to her? I can't have children in my life, but I'm so jealous of women like you who don't know how to appreciate your fortune. Every time I see a woman with a family, I want to chop her up and feed her to the dogs." The young woman, whose dirty and ugly heart had been seen through, instantly became resolute. There was no longer any trace of weakness in her eyes. She was born to be an actress. She stood up and pushed her daughter away. She said to Su Fengnian, "Young master, please save me. I am willing to recommend myself." What a Bei Mang! Sons are always noble, daughters are as cheap as dogs. Su Fengnian went to help the little girl up. He didn't look at the young woman who was worthy of being a general's widow. He only looked at the lady boss and asked calmly, "Your man is seriously injured." Even if he had reached the finger-profound realm, without the support of his Vajra realm physique, he's just an empty shell. Why? Do you really think you're invincible? The lady boss was stunned as if she had heard a big joke. Young master. Even if my man fell to the bottom of the first-grade realm as you said, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's true that he's not invincible. But do you really think you're a dragon crossing the river? I'm a woman who's kind enough to warm your bed. Don't take my kindness for granted. Young man, if you're at the Vajra realm, I'll wash myself clean and stick out my butt for you to poke, okay? But do you have it? If you're not at the Vajra realm, you're just like an ant in my man's eyes. I just praised you casually, and you're so arrogant that you can't tell north from south? I'll give you one last chance. If you try to act tough in front of me again, I'll cut you to death. Su Fengnian smiled. Except for this child, all of you can go and die. Chapter 427. After the lady boss heard the young swordsman's bold words, her bucket-like waist twisted and turned, looking more and more like a fat peony growing on cow dung. She wiped the tears from her laughter and raised her head. She stretched out two fat fingers that were as thick as a woman's and gently rubbed the corner of her eyes. She said, "Young master, are you joking with me?" Oh, you can't laugh anymore. You're laughing so hard that your crow's feet are showing. Young master, you're really bad. Su Fengnian also laughed. He shot a glance at the young woman who had an ashamed expression and stroked the head of the frightened child who was hiding behind her. He asked, "Lady boss, was it your man who had long planned to use me as a scapegoat and present me to the Murong brothers with both hands?" The lady boss was thick-hearted and did not bother to hide it. She nodded and said with a smile, "My man still has this bit of eyesight. Otherwise, how could he have found me in a field of flowers? I know young master's skill is neither high nor low. If you die and this fox-like troublemaker is sent out, it's good to settle things peacefully. As for the fate of the mother and daughter, Aaron can't control it. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the little girl for finding a man with bad luck. Then it's young master's bad luck. If it was in the past, as long as you brought enough money, you would have enough wine, meat, and girls." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "With the innkeeper's skill, you'll be a distinguished guest wherever you go. Why don't you just fall in love with the Murong brothers who came prepared? Or do you think the bowl of the Murong family is too small and not enough to satisfy your appetite?" The lady boss continued to rub the corner of her eyes and carefully smoothed out the crow's feet. She said unhappily, "The Murong family is indeed the biggest pot in the world. Unfortunately, Murong Zhangtai and Murong Jiangshan are only small broken bowls. They can be used to send beggars, but to send my man, they're far from enough." If the Orange Province's disciplinary magistrate Murong Baoding personally comes to visit, then it'll be fine. Su Fengnian nodded and said, I understand. The lady boss and her husband are waiting for the best price. They are indeed shrewd businessmen. The lady boss pretended to be surprised and said, Young master, why did you vow to kill everyone? Why did you stop after just saying that? As a man, you can't be like this. Although there are only 3 women in the room, all of them will look down on you. Qin Wuzhu learned a move from this old lady's man and knocked Murong Zhangtai unconscious. This old lady hasn't been idle all these years. Why don't I have a match with Gongzi? If Gongzi wins, then I'll go out and fight Murong Jiangshan. Don't worry, many people from Green Duck Head have died this time. Even if there aren't enough coffins, I'll definitely leave a superior Liuzhou cypress coffin for young master. However, young master's sweetheart may have to be borrowed. My husband has been waiting for you for several years, but he really hasn't encountered such a tempting delicacy like young master. To be honest, even if you are really the great disciple of Immortal Qilin, I will still help him to cut you out. At worst, I will give up the inn. After revealing the secret at the bottom of her heart, the proprietress smiles gloomily when she reaches the happy part. She is waiting for the young man to show panic, but she is the first to open her eyes wide and say in a trembling voice, Flying sword? The tall and thin shopkeeper Xie carried the unconscious Murong Zhangtai down the stairs. To show his sincerity, Murong Jiangshan only brought the guard of the imperial tent into the inn. When he saw the 10th person of the evil path, he even threw away his prestigious status and bowed deeply. Xie Ling put Murong Zhangtai on a wine table, not feeling flattered at all. After fighting with the number 1 person of the evil path, Luo Yang, although Xie Ling was severely injured, his reputation in Beimang's Jianghu rose. Everyone thought that it was an honorable defeat. However, Xie Ling knew that it was not easy. After concealing his identity for more than 20 years, he obtained a secret manual by chance. He thought that even if he couldn't be evenly matched with Luo Yang who attacked the imperial city, he wouldn't be defeated so badly. However, when he really fought against that martial arts giant who didn't leave anyone alive, Xie Ling realized that he was wrong. The only reason he survived was that the devil showed mercy. The arrogant Xie Ling wanted to use this battle to become famous and enter the military of Beimang. He wanted to walk the path that was proven to be correct by Tuoba. Now that he was disheartened and his cultivation was greatly damaged, he no longer coveted fame and fortune. Instead, he drank all year round to drown his sorrows. It was said that the super experts of Beimang's Jianghu had all become peerless devils. The first-class experts went to the military to make a name for themselves. The second-class experts lived like princes in the Jianghu and abused their power. The third-class experts and those who didn't enter the Jianghu had to struggle in the muddy pond. Xie Ling's strength had been greatly damaged, but his mentality was still there. Since he knew that the so-called Devil's Path was nothing more than a facade, he didn't want to go to the Beimang army and make a fool of himself. Moreover, from the beginning, his goal had been the 2 capitals' royal courts. What kind of thing did the little Murong clan disciples count for? Did they have the qualifications to order him around? It's just that although he looked down on them, he still had to pay attention to some rules. Jianghu, the military, and the government each minded their own business. If Jianghu people burned, killed, and plundered in Jianghu, the Beimang imperial court would never get involved. But if Xie Ling was in charge of the Duck Head Green Inn, he would suffer a calamity. With Xie Ling overseeing the Duck Head Green Inn, the Duck Head Green Inn would not stop them. But if the Murong brothers wanted to kidnap Tao Qianji's widow, the Duck Head Green Inn would not stop them. But if they wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, not only they wanted the young woman's beauty, they also wanted Xie Ling to come out and add flowers to the brocade. It was inconvenient for Xie Ling to make things clear, so he let his wife play the bad guy and push the young man with the saber out of the inn and put him to death. It was just to give both sides a way out of the situation. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. You brothers killed people and tore down the inn. I, Xie Ling, took into account that you are a relative of the imperial family and did not pay any attention to you. But the orphan and the widow were taken out of the inn. The inn drew a clear line with you. If you still dare to take an inch and want a mile, before I, Xie Ling, became famous, my hands were actually stained with blood. At the beginning of the secret manual, it was said that in 1 year, one's heart and livers are 100 pairs. In 60 years, one can become an immortal. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to shock people to death. Chapter 428. There are millions of people in the Beimang Jianghu, and there aren't many who are more worthy of being called a devil than me, Xie Ling. After Murong Jiangshan got the promise from Xie Ling's eyes, he walked to the table that looked like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He put his hand near Murong Zhangtai's nose and let out a sigh of relief after making sure that he was breathing. If his cousin, whom the family had high hopes for, died here, he would be in deep trouble when he went back. He might even be beaten into a cripple by his tyrannical father. The Murong clan had always worshipped martial arts since ancient times. Being brave and good at fighting was nothing to them. Only a talented scholar like his cousin Murong Zhangtai could stand out in the imperial court. The emperor was very happy to see Murong Zhangtai standing out in the imperial court with his true talent. Murong Jiangshan's family was a branch of the Murong clan, so he had to be careful. Xie Ling, who was hiding in the city, was the noble that he and his family wanted to rope in after finding out about his secret identity. He was just a stepping stone to show off his power to those scoundrels who died outside the inn. Seeing that Xie Ling didn't speak, Murong Jiangshan wasn't in a hurry to speak either. He was calculating if he had given enough bargaining chips. Tao Qianji's widow must be taken away. It wasn't as simple as his cousin Murong Zhangtai coveting her beauty, but it was driven by his family's interests. The 2 capitals and the 4 prefectures in the north and south were confronting each other like tortoises entangling snakes. This was also a scene that the emperor, who had the art of restraint, was happy to see. North Didi City was the Beimang imperial court that the Liang dynasty talked about. South Yanjing had absorbed a lot of people from the 8 kingdoms. Each of them controlled 2 prefectures and were independent of the 8 prefectures. When the North Imperial Court official and the South Imperial Court official met, it would be a scene of the North using force and the South using words. Naturally, the Murong clan was a strong pillar of the North Imperial Court official. However, they had gradually infiltrated into Gusai and Longyuan prefectures over the years and were suspected of poaching. Fatty Dong and Tao Qianji were the pillars of the South Imperial Court official. Back in Gusai Prefecture, they had given Murong Jiangshan and the other nobles a hard time. To the Murong clan, this wasn't just a small matter of face. Under the premise of not touching the emperor's bottom line, they spared no effort to keep each other at bay. Just like this time, when Tao Qianji suddenly died, the Beimang empress was naturally enraged. However, if Murong Jiangshan had only humiliated Tao Qianji's woman, the far-sighted empress wouldn't care about such trivial matters. The officials of the Southern Imperial Court had also suffered many such grievances in the past 20 years. Perhaps even Fatty Dong wouldn't shed all pretense of cordiality. This kind of imperceptible and extremely disgusting act of slandering the morale of the Southern Imperial Court was something that the Murong clan's descendants could easily do. After the matter was settled, the imperial city would receive a large number of cheers and applause, and the elders of the clan would also feel proud. As for Tao Qianji's delicate and tender wife, after cousin got tired of playing with her, she would definitely be passed around the circle of nobles in the imperial city. It was inevitable that she would be reduced to a broken shoe that everyone would step on and wear. Cousin would also be able to take advantage of this situation to take a step closer to the core of the circle. After all, in the imperial city, it wasn't difficult to buy a beautiful woman with money. However, if it was the wife of a Chong regent, then it would be rare. Both sides had their own plans. Murong Jiangshan wanted to snatch a woman to pave the way for the imperial city. If he couldn't get this unsmiling demonic hero to help him, then it wouldn't matter. When he returned to the clan, he would ask the elders to pay him a visit. He didn't believe that there would be a man who wasn't interested in a high position and a beautiful woman. As for Xie Ling, he couldn't figure out the identity of that swordsman. If he died, then everyone would be happy. If he didn't die, then Xie Ling would secretly silence him. A pair of exquisite heart and liver was the greatest tonic to him. It was better than 100 pairs of vulgar hearts and livers. Just like what his wife had said upstairs, this kind of tonic was 1,000,000 times more precious than bird's nest and shark's fin. Even if it was the disciple of the imperial preceptor of the Daoist saint in the imperial city, if he was unlucky enough to come to the death's gate, he would also die. Xie Ling suddenly turned his head and looked towards the stairs on the second floor. His killing intent soared. Murong Jiangshan was also shocked. A young man with a saber was holding 2 heads dripping with blood. Su Fengnian threw out a head first. This head is a gift to the Duck Head Green Inn. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Xie Ling held the head, his eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. Su Fengnian threw the other head to Murong Jiangshan, who had gone through a lot of trouble, and said calmly, "This one is for the Beimang Murong clan, please accept it." Murong Jiangshan didn't take the head and let it roll beside his feet. His face was gloomy and terrifying. The devil Xie Ling hugged the head and put it on his chest. He raised his head and let out an ear-piercing roar. The beams of the room trembled and dust fell. Su Fengnian said calmly, although the 2 women were courting death, the one with the bigger head was the one with the bigger head. But compared to them, their deaths were more aggrieved. They were probably still wondering how they died when I chopped off their heads. As for the one beside Murong Jiangshan's feet, she died in vain. After knowing that even if she walked out of the inn alive, her life would be worse than death, she used her own life to exchange for a life. That's all. What do you want to say? Do you want to die too? Murong Jiangshan didn't even need to give the order, as the bloodthirsty pawn had already leaped into the sky, bent its body and smashed towards the arrogant boy. Xie Ling didn't even look at the battlefield. His eyes were filled with tears. He lowered his head and kissed his wife's forehead. Then he wiped the tears from her eyes. She once said, "Hey, old ghost, so be it if you lose. It's not shameful to lose to Luoyang. Why don't we farm and raise chickens and ducks? Isn't it good to die together?" He didn't agree, saying that he wanted to fight Luoyang to the death again. These years, he had been crazily killing people, stealing hearts and eating livers. He didn't look like a human anymore, but she never despised him. She thought that she wouldn't be able to defeat Luoyang in this lifetime and would die with everlasting regret. "Why did you die first?" She said that if there really came a day when he was just a hair away from defeating that high and mighty Luoyang, then he would peel open her chest and eat her heart and liver. Xie Ling's tears turned into tears of blood. Chapter 429. The paladin's fists exploded like thunder in front of Su Fengnian's chest. The horse gang leader at the border had used a long time to cut open the mirage with his Xianhua hatchet, but it was unexpectedly broken by this imperial attendant in a flash. He was originally surprised that this young machete man could leak his chi, but he did not expect that he would succeed in one blow. It was just a show. The paladin suddenly stretched his body in the air like an ape's arm and increased his strength to smash Su Fengnian's chest. He was determined to kill this reckless fledgling on the spot. Su Fengnian bent his body like a drawn bow. His head and feet did not move, and he used the depression of his chest and back to resist the tide-like punch. In a flash, his right hand pressed on the paladin's head and was about to smash it. The paladin sensed that something was wrong. This young man was really ruthless. They had just started fighting, and he wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. He used the method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men. The paladin retracted his head and leaned back. He kicked out with both legs, but they were blocked by Su Fengnian's left arm. The paladin took advantage of the momentum to bounce back. His body stuck to the wall, and his hands hooked into the wooden planks like claws. When he was about to make a second counterattack, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down and was shocked. His heart had been pierced by a sharp hidden weapon. This young man clearly did not pull out his saber. The paladin did not realize it at the first moment because Su Fengnian's trick was really insidious and unheard of. First, he put on a fledgling posture to fight the paladin's fists and feet, and then he took out the sharpest and smallest of the 12 flying swords, the swan and quietly placed it 1 foot behind the paladin. The sword was sparkling and translucent, and its murderous aura was restrained to the extreme. If the Xian Lei was said to be full of murderous aura after it was forged, like a swordsman who killed people from 1,000 miles away, the longest flying sword, the Tai Yi, was like a bull carrying a cauldron. The swan was too unremarkable. It was as simple as a baby. Even if it was placed in front of the eyes, if ordinary people did not pay attention, they could only see a blurry mirror image, like a small piece of rippling water. When the paladin missed its attack and retreated, Su Fengnian only needed to slightly shift the Tai Yi's position and aim it at the paladin's heart. As if the paladin was seeking its own death, the paladin's heart was pierced by the Tai Yi without any suspense. Unless one had an invincible body, it would be difficult to escape death. When experts fought to the death, how could it be as poetic and picturesque as described by the storytellers and the chronicles of wandering heroes? It had always been about who was superior and who was inferior. If they were not evenly matched, who would be willing to fight for 300 rounds? Wuxia Xianxia, who was watching the battle, did not even know what had happened. In his eyes, the invincible paladin in the battlefield died an unnatural death as soon as it retreated. Its corpse fell to the bottom of the stairs, covering its chest that was bleeding like a fountain. The chi of the swan flying sword remained in its body, hindering the paladin's futile attempt to recover its chi. It could be said that after the swan cut, although it only created a narrow gap, it was like the end of the world, separated by yin and yang. This was also the meaning of the flying sword's name Swan Wuxia Xianxia did not know what had happened, but when he saw the head of Tao Qianji's widow, his anger was mixed with a hint of fear. Being able to kill an imperial attendant with a flick of a finger, and being so young, could it be that he was a direct disciple of a prestigious school like the chess and sword music school? It was said that Fatty Dong had a good relationship with the chess and sword music school, one of the top 5 schools in Beimang. The daughter of the master of the chess and sword music school was also ruined by Fatty Dong. What's done cannot be undone. Even if the master of the chess and sword music school was a hero of Jianghu, he had to hold his nose and acquiesce to the marriage of his daughter to this damned Fatty as a concubine. But would Fatty Dong, who was the best at weighing the pros and cons, really dare to offend the Wuxia family? Su Fengnian walked down the stairs and sneered, "Wuxia Xianxia, don't pretend to be asleep, or else shopkeeper Xie will dig out your heart and liver and use it as a tonic." Wuxia Xianxia, who was lying on the table, still did not move. Xie Ling walked over and put the lady boss's head on the table. Then, with his 5 fingers like hooks, he fished out the heart of the handsome Wuxia family disciple, whose acupoints were sealed when he was carried down the stairs, and put it into his mouth to chew. Wuxia Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He was furious. Xie Ling, and dares to harm my Wuxia family disciple? Xie Ling's eyes were red, and his mouth was full of blood. He held the heart and liver in his hand and chewed it while looking at Wuxia Xianxia, whose scalp was about to explode. This devil who had been led astray and could not turn back said without any emotion, "So it's a swordsman from the chess and sword music school. The heart and liver of a righteous person is so delicious. Don't look at the same kind of heart and liver, but after eating a lot of them, you will know that each person has a different taste. Some people are like fat geese, greasy and nauseating, but not very beneficial. Some are like flying snakes and turtles, and some are slightly poisonous, but can cure diseases. Some are like crab meat, which is even more delicious after being frosted. They are already top grade, and can heal broken bones, just like the one in my hand. As for the young master with the sword, he has phoenix marrow and dragon liver, which can only be found by chance. I, Xia Ling, never look at a person's face, but only at his heart and liver. Everyone in the Duck Head Green Inn knew that innkeeper Xia was a taciturn good person and a sickly person. He was always amiable when dealing with people. However, they did not know that his good temper was cultivated by his heart and liver. Xia Ling said a lot for the first time, ignoring the timid Murong Jiangshan. He turned to Su Fengnian and said, "Since you know how to raise and ride a sword, you must have a good background. These two Murong people might not be as good as you. Why didn't you leave the sect later? You should at least wait until you reach the Vajra realm. You killed someone, but you didn't run away. Obviously, you saw that I was seriously injured, and you think you can be bullied by dogs? Later, I will use my fingers to peel open your chest, and I guarantee that you will live to see your own heart beating. I will eat your heart and liver very carefully and slowly. Because of the severe pain, your qi will concentrate on your heart and liver, and the taste of your heart and liver will be better." When the restless Murong Jiangshan heard that Xia Ling was seriously injured, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He no longer cared about Murong Zhangtai's heart and liver, nor did he care about the little woman's head lying beside his feet. He quickly turned to Su Fengnian and said with utmost sincerity, "Young master, how about you and I work together to deal with this demon that everyone wants to kill? My Murong clan will definitely thank young master." The disciples of the Murong clan always keep their promises, and they value their promises more than their lives. Su Fengnian did not say anything. He saw Xia Ling's body darting out of the forest like a cheetah, rushing to Murong Jiangshan's front. He broke Murong Jiangshan's neck with one hand and hammered on Murong Jiangshan's waist with the other hand, accelerating the circulation of Murong Jiangshan's blood and qi. Then, he lowered his head and bit on Murong Jiangshan's chest. As if he was drinking water, he swallowed the second heart of the day. Casually throwing away Murong Jiangshan's warm body, Xia Ling raised his head with an intoxicated and satisfied expression. This scene was not inferior to the cruel description of hell in the Buddhist scriptures. Those who were timid would have already fainted. Xia Ling's pair of creepy blood-red eyes made people not dare to look into his eyes. On the second floor, a dizzy little girl was lying between the railings. When she saw that the demon had discovered her, the little girl burst into tears and curled up her delicate body. She thought that if she couldn't see the demon couldn't see her either. Xia Ling grinned hideously and dashed to the second floor. But Su Fengnian stabbed him and stepped on his waist, causing him to crash into a pillar. Under his stomp, the thick stone floor almost cracked. However, Xia Ling's body was soft and boneless. He circled around the pillar with his head and legs touching it. With a slight smile, he stared at Su Fengnian and said, "Young man, you are so impatient. I thought that this little girl who had the least right to live was your bait, but I didn't expect that you would be able to tell the truth just by testing her. I get it now, it's not that you want to kill Tao Qianji's widow, it's that she knows that she wants to live an ignoble life. She wants to die for her innocence, but she wants you to protect this little girl. So, it seems like you are indeed sent by Tao Qianji's sworn brother, Dongjua. Are you from the pretentious chess and sword music school, or the Fox and Tiger Mount Tibbing?" Su Fengnian, who spoke the most authentic Beimeng accent, smiled and said, "If I say that I'm from Beiliang, would you believe me?" Black blood seeped out of the corner of Xia Ling's mouth. It was unknown whether it was the backlash of the evil art or some other mystery. He said calmly, "Even if you say that you are the prince of the Liang dynasty, I would believe you." Xia Ling's body slithered like a ghost. In the end, he bent his knees and nailed his hands and feet to the wooden pillar. Black blood and saliva mixed together and fell to the ground. The demon who ate people's hearts and livers to increase his power squeezed out a smile and said, "No matter who you are, your heart and livers are mine. I will hang your corpse in the desert and dry it. If you are unlucky, you will be eaten by eagles." Su Fengnian was expressionless, but his eyes were clear. Xia Ling probably didn't see the despair and fear he expected, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His feet broke the thick pillar and his body shot towards the young master who was carrying a short blade but riding a flying sword. The two collided, and the huge impact forced Su Fengnian's back to smash through the wall. Xia Ling, who was nimble beyond imagination, almost instantly broke through the wall and left the inn. A knee strike that could split iron and stone was stopped by Su Fengnian's hands. Xia Ling's fist landed solidly on his forehead. Su Fengnian's body flew back while his palm struck the demon's temple. One person flew back like a kite with a broken string, while the other person spun a few times in the air. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, both of them didn't hold back in their attacks. After landing, neither side showed the slightest bit of embarrassment. It was obvious that it would be difficult to determine the winner of this battle without dragging it out. The red-eyed Xia Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and leisurely stretched his neck. He squinted his eyes and saw that the blood on the young master's forehead had gathered. It turned from bright red to purple, but it quickly faded away at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. If Xia Ling's fist landed on a martial artist like Murong Jiang, it wouldn't be strange if all the meridians in his body were broken. Chapter 430. Then, Xia Ling saw him take off the short knife from its scabbard. First, he twisted it with 2 fingers, then flicked the scabbard. The simple short knife was like a nimble swallow circling around the beam. Xia Ling frowned. In Jianghu, sabers, spears, axes, and all kinds of other weapons were not rare. It was just the rough foundation of the sword-controlling technique and could not be put on the stage. First of all, in the eyes of the experts, without enough qi to build a foundation, no matter how dazzling the weapon was when it left the hand, it would be useless. Moreover, as the saying goes, an inch shorter is an inch riskier. When the weapon left the hand, there were pros and cons. Although it increased the attack range, it exposed the weakness of not daring to fight in close quarters. Therefore, the sword-controlling technique had always been sneered at by the famous swordsmen. Su Fengnian ran forward wildly. Every time the spring thunder reverberated, he flicked his fingers again. The short knife was always hovering around, spinning faster and faster. In the end, only the light of a firefly could be seen. At first, it was not extraordinary. When they were less than 50 feet away from Xia Ling, the man and the knife revealed their sharpness. The yellow sand on the ground was swept up by the spring thunder. When they were 3 feet apart, Xia Ling reached out his hand to grab the scabbard, but he did not manage to grab it. Instead, he exerted force with his 5 fingers, twisting away the hidden qi. Xia Ling clicked his tongue a few times, ignoring the fact that his palm was bleeding from the rolling qi. Su Fengnian arrived in the blink of an eye and cupped his hands 3 times. The first 2 attacks were blocked by Xia Ling's brute force, but the last time, Xia Ling used his 10 fingers to grab Xia Ling's chin and gave him a violent push, causing the great demon's body to fly into the air. Su Fengnian strode forward, creating 2 potholes on the ground. The 2 spring thunder scabbards with surging qi intertwined in the air and rushed towards Xia Ling like a waterfall. Xia Ling, who was suspended in the air, laughed loudly. He supported himself with one hand and spun his body like a top, crushing the 2 ferocious qi that contained the majestic sword will. After Xia Ling succeeded, he did not hurry to stand still. He maintained the strange posture of supporting himself with one arm and his head facing the ground. He looked at Su Fengnian and laughed darkly. There is a song from the chess and sword music school, and a sword technique that originated from the Liyang sword god Li Chuangong's Shukai style. It seems to be called the sword qi rolling dragon wall. What is your relationship with this outstanding disciple of the headmaster's sword qi? The 9 cavalrymen finally couldn't hold themselves back and broke into the inn. When they saw their 2 masters had their hearts dug out like peeling oranges, and the gatekeeper dead at the bottom of the stairs, they were shocked beyond words. Although they were the Murong family's personal guards and didn't need to care about the iron law of Beimang's army, the death of Murong Zhangtai and Murong Jiangshan meant that the country had its own laws, and the family had its own rules. The Murong family had accumulated power for hundreds of years, so there was no difference between ruling the family and ruling the army. All of them would be sentenced to death. After the 9 cavalrymen looked at each other for a short while, they didn't hesitate to rush out of the inn. They jumped on their horses and rushed towards the battlefield where Xia Ling and Su Fengnian were fighting. If they returned alive, their families would be heavily implicated, but if they died with their masters, they would be richly rewarded. The rules of Beimeng didn't allow them to cherish their lives. 2 of the cavalrymen were cut in half along with their horses by the sword qi. Most of them had their hearts dug out by Xia Ling. The last cavalryman wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that his heart and liver would be eaten. When he was about to retreat, Xia Ling grabbed his horse's tail and threw him and his horse toward a cold sword qi. Xia Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the young master with pity. He said, as expected of the famous sword qi rolling dragon wall. It's quite interesting. Unfortunately, 9 dragons is the limit. All 9 of them have been eaten by me. Brat, what other skills do you have? Show them all before you die. Su Fengnian looked at the demon as if he was looking at an idiot. He said softly, it's true that there are only 9 dragons in the sword qi rolling dragon wall, but can't I do it again? You ate hundreds of hearts and livers, but your power didn't increase. Why did you eat your own brain? Xia Ling laughed instead of being angry. He hooked his finger and said, don't be so quick with your words. The sword qi rolling dragon wall is one of the few top sword moves that can integrate sword intent and sword moves. But it also depends on who is using it. Brat, you are still inexperienced. If you don't believe me, you can try it again. Su Fengnian, who had spring thunder swirling around him, smiled. Oh. The scarlet-eyed Xia Ling placed his fists on his chest and roared. With him as the center, countless small cracks appeared on the ground. Xia Ling's eyes were cold. He grinned and said, you've learned this ability to eat hearts and livers to live forever. It's not something that can be seen in the light of day. I've only used it once on the head of the demonic path, Luo Yang. Brat, you can die without regrets. Bang! Blood mist filled the air. Xia Ling's remaining Qi acupoints numbered over 300. Countless threads of blood soaked through his clothes and broke out of his body. They scattered but didn't scatter. Finally, they condensed into 6 scarlet snakes the thickness of a thumb. They swam in the air like pythons spitting out their tongues, choosing people to swallow. Xia Ling wasn't in a hurry to give Su Fengnian a fatal blow. Instead, he continuously stepped on the corpses outside the inn. Every time blood splattered, the 6 snakes would gather together. The snakes gradually grew from the thickness of a thumb to the size of a woman's wrist. When Xia Ling stood on a badly mutilated corpse of a cavalry, the great demon with 6 red snakes coiled around his body spread out his arms. He bent his knees slightly and let out a roar towards the sky. It contained endless grief and hatred. Luo Yang. In Xia Ling's life, in order to reach the peak of the martial path, he didn't hesitate to walk on this narrow path that everyone despised. He had originally vaguely seen the hope of going to the top of the mountain to look at the magnificent world, but he was forcefully knocked down from the finger-profound realm by Luo Yang, who was 100 times more powerful than him. Luo Yang was so high and mighty. Xia Ling hated Luo Yang to the bone. He hated this idiot who said that he was delusional and wanted to devour an elephant. Xia Ling could tolerate losing to a young master who was already above tens of thousands of people, but he couldn't tolerate this young man's disdainful gaze and light tone. The most delicious set of heart and liver under the heavens is none other than Luo Yang's. Xia Ling looked back at the inn, tears of blood flowing down his face. How many women in the world who smiled sweetly and spoke words of love from the bottom of their hearts were really willing to give up their hearts for their loved ones? Chapter 431. Su Fengnian was dressed in black and white. Although his clothes were badly damaged from the long journey and the battle, he still looked charming as he stood there quietly. Xia Ling's red eyes stared at this dissolute and elegant young master who was as repulsive as Luo Yang. He said stiffly, "Any last words?" Su Fengnian hung the spring thunder on his waist and shook his head with a smile. Xia Ling dashed forward, and wherever he went, the wind and sand billowed. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His breath was bottomless like a dragon drinking water. The second last realm of the big yellow palace was the Qi Sea. This was the real mystery of being undefeatable as the Golden Buddha. The two collided. Su Fengnian's feet were rooted to the ground and he slid backward in the yellow sand, but he never left the ground. The 6 blood-red snakes were like whips hitting a mirage. The two opposing vital qis clashed and burned, and the smoke was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The blood snakes couldn't get close to him for the time being. Xia Ling's punches and kicks were unrestrained and powerful. Every time Su Fengnian couldn't resist with his strength, he would be sent flying for more than 10 feet. Xia Ling didn't give Su Fengnian any chance to catch his breath. Before Su Fengnian could steady himself, his punches and kicks whizzed past. The outside of the inn was filled with devastation. In the sandstorm, Xia Ling's face was distorted like an ancient beast that had just been released from its cage. His eyes were bleeding, and his face gave people the illusion that he had lost his mind. He seemed to have gone mad and treated this young man who was close to him as his old enemy, Luo Yang. He roared, "Outside Xuanda City, more than 1,000 people have died in your hands. Participants, bystanders, innocent people, as long as you can see, they were all killed by you. What a bloody river. I took advantage of the situation to break through the Vajra realm and achieve the mysterious finger realm, reaching the 8 snakes devouring elephants. How old are you? How many people have you eaten? How can you defeat me? Because of you, my realm fell to the bottom of the Vajra Valley. My act of eating people's hearts and livers was seen by the world, and I almost became a rat on the street. How can I be ranked as one of the top 10 devils with you? If I'm not first, what's the use of being second? Luo Yang, do you know how much your heart and liver can help me increase my cultivation? I've been thinking about eating you day and night. Not just your heart, but your entire body. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart." The two of them finally opened up some distance between them. Xia Ling stood still like a demon god, and the 6 red snakes slithered around him. Su Fengnian knelt on one knee. His face was as pale as paper. Due to the chaotic flow of qi, the skin on his face turned into rootless duckweed. Before it could fall, it turned into powder. Xia Ling's scarlet eyes glistened as he said in a hoarse voice, "You really aren't Luo Yang. You're too weak." Su Fengnian looked up and smiled. He slowly stood up. Tired? He folded his arms around his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, sword qi, and death qi. Then he ascended Kunlun. His face was rosy, and a red date mark appeared on his forehead. If that was the case, Xia Ling would only regard it as a momentary recovery of consciousness. 3 times he traveled the sea. In such a dangerous situation, he was hammered again and again, opening the extreme spring of the remaining 6 acupoints. Su Fengnian, who revealed his true face, waved his sleeves. His elegant demeanor was peerless, like an immortal who had entered the mortal world. Xia Ling frowned. He made a stifled sound from his throat. It was like a blunt knife grinding a stone, but also like a mouse gnawing on a corpse. It was extremely unpleasant to hear. Su Fengnian said calmly, "I've heard of the demonic cult serpent swallowing an elephant. The Tide Listening Pavilion has a copy of half of it. It said that if you eat the heart and liver often, you can achieve immortality. However, you've cultivated for many years. You should know that the repercussions are endless. Do you really believe that the guy who gave you this tattered secret manual had good intentions? Are you sure you weren't cheated by the peddlers selling dog skin plasters by the roadside?" Xia Ling was extremely angry. The 6 blood-red snakes with unparalleled evil aura bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Su Fengnian asked, "Aren't you curious why I don't take out my saber? Do you think that I'm as King crazy as you?" Su Fengnian took out his spring thunder saber and threw it high into the air. Xia Ling was shocked. Su Fengnian was exactly the same as Xia Ling's previous rampage. He used the momentum he accumulated to reach the peak to kill Xia Ling, as if he wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. After reaching the Vajra realm, Xia Ling, who had almost never fought with someone of the same realm, was extremely cautious. His cultivation was profound. In terms of killing methods and strategies, it was actually far less frightening than his eating of the heart and liver. However, this brat was born ferocious. He was only a fledgling in the Vajra realm. Xia Ling didn't believe that he would die here. The imposing young man with the saber suddenly retreated. He didn't care about the stagnation and injury caused by the reverse flow of qi. This young man, who had faced Xia Ling's treacherous technique countless times, appeared to have a firm will. He stared at the direction behind Xia Ling with his eyes wide open. He said in shock, "Luo Yang. Luo Yang." 2 words. Luo Yang, this person, and even this name, had already been engraved in Xia Ling's heart. Xia Ling's thoughts turned. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed wildly. This young man's tricks were extremely laughable. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, so what if he was stabbed by the saber? Looking up, Xia Ling saw the saber user holding the scabbard with both hands and thrusting it down. If Demon Xia had the leisure to take a look around, he would have realized that this stab had created an unusual and terrifying scene. The yellow wind within a radius of a few hundred feet seemed to have stopped in an instant. Much of the flying dust stopped in the air. The stillness and movement caused a sudden disturbance between heaven and earth. Following an invisible arc, all the qi flowing on the ground flowed backward like a boat going against the current and gathered at the tip of the scabbard of the spring thunder saber. Everything happened in an instant. But in an instant, life and death had already happened. Other than Xuanda City, Xia Ling, who felt a calamity for the first time in his life, raised his fists above his head and roared. Other than his voice, blood also gushed out. It was hard to say if it was a saber or a sword. The scabbard of the spring thunder saber stabbed down. Through the 6 coiling blood snakes, through the vigorous astral wind, through his fists, and through the top of Demon Xia Ling's head. The earth-shaking storm exploded and spread to the Duck Head Green Inn. The entire inn, which was sturdy enough to block the storm, shook incessantly. Su Fengnian used the unsheathed spring thunder to nail the great demon's head to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly took out a jade-green flying sword bamboo horse from his sleeve. He sat down cross-legged and nurtured the sword. As he fed the sword, he cursed, "I secretly learned a sword that can make immortals kneel. Are you going to King kneel or not?" Chapter 432. Those who were able to leave behind an intact corpse outside the Duck Head Green Inn could be considered lucky. Broken limbs and bones were everywhere as far as the eye could see. Some of them were even more miserable as they were trampled into meat paste by the devil Xia Ling. Su Fengnian sat on the ground and fed his flying sword bamboo horse before putting it back into his sleeve. He then turned his head to look at the devil path's ambitious and ruthless person who was still considered complete except for the head. When Xia Ling arrogantly asked if he had any last words, His Royal Highness originally wanted to say that he was lucky enough to survive and bury Xia Ling and his wife in the same coffin. However, he was afraid that the devil path would be alerted and think highly of him, so he swallowed those words. Naturally, he loathed Xia Ling for his age and heart, but he didn't hate him. In the Jianghu, if one wanted to stand out, they had to have their own ways. This was especially so for someone like Xia Ling who didn't have a top-notch sect to rely on. It was especially so for someone like Xia Ling who didn't have a top-notch sect to rely on. If he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely like many fledgling. However, if he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely. If he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely like many fledgling. However, if he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely. If he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely like many fledgling. But if he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely. However, if he didn't verify from the lady boss that Xia Ling had indeed fallen to the Vajra realm, he wouldn't hesitate to start a life of escape. However, after this fierce battle, while Su Fengnian was secretly glad that he survived, he also felt that it wasn't worth it for Xia Ling. He was a top-notch expert who had once reached the finger-profound realm, but his state of mind was extremely poor and didn't match his strength in the martial realm. After losing to the famous Luo Yang, he was like a woman who had been bullied and would cry out in pain whenever someone mentioned it. Su Fengnian thought that he should fight less and at least learn from the rascals in the marketplace. If he could win, he would act like a big shot. If he couldn't win, he could just run away. At worst, he could shout that he would be a hero again after 18 years. Su Fengnian glanced at the spring thunder that was still stuck in Xia Ling's head. Back then, Old Manly, who wore a sheepskin coat, used an umbrella as a sword in the rain and used a sword to make the immortal kneel to break the red armor of the talisman general. Su Fengnian sighed. How many people in the world could be like Li Chungang and return to the immortal sword realm after a disastrous fall? Li Chungang, who killed 2,600 people with a single sword, was the only one in the vast Jianghu, and there were more than 1 million people. Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes that were full of murderous intent after killing people. He looked at the tanned waiter, the soldier of the Qin dynasty, who was slowly walking out of the inn. He was not smart at all. He left the cellar where the crafty rabbit had 3 burrows. But he was also smart enough to blackmail the pitiful child who was lucky enough to survive. At that time, in the guest room on the 2nd floor, he deliberately took out his flying sword to attract the attention of the lady boss and then cut off her head with a knife. After that, he wanted to find this disciple of Xia Ling who was known as One Move Xian. Not to mention whether or not to kill him, he wanted to be cautious and confirm the whereabouts of the soldier of the Qin dynasty. However, he did not expect to find any trace of the boy on the 2nd floor. Su Fengnian put this matter aside for the time being. The widow of Tao Qianji was not chaste, but she was decisive. She probably thought that even if she lived in this world, she would not be able to escape from Su Fengnian's grasp. She did not have the extravagant hope of guarding her husband's coffin and safely escorting him back to his hometown. She begged Su Fengnian to save her young daughter, Tao Manwu. After that, she tearfully smiled and begged Su Fengnian not to let her daughter see this scene. Su Fengnian agreed. She closed her eyes and waited for death. Before she died, she did not curse the villain who killed her husband. Instead, she cursed Fatty Dong, who was sworn brothers with Tao Qianji. She wanted this young Beimang official who did not personally escort them to Lu City to die a horrible death. A woman's mind was really hard to guess. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and did not talk nonsense with the dark waiter. He said directly, "You want to live? Sure, I'm not like your evil master who eats people's hearts and livers. I don't kill innocent people. If you let her go, I'll let you go." Qin Wuzu's hands and feet trembled more and more. The little girl's tender neck was already blue and purple. After the young man unintentionally increased the strength, she had difficulty breathing and was almost dying. Qin Wuzu, whose face was full of tears, did not realize it. He saw with his own eyes in the hidden hole how Su Fengnian killed Zaipao in the blink of an eye. He knew that this handsome young man with a mask was far from being as gentle and humble as he looked. The young man was just like an injured young wolf. He stared at the young machete man standing beside the old drunkard's body and gritted his teeth. He asked, "Do you mean what you say?" Su Fengnian calmly asked, "Why don't you try to strangle her to death?" Qin Wuzu slightly loosened his grip and hesitated. There was blood and dead people inside and outside the inn. How many coffins had been used? The young man's heart was intertwined with unspeakable grief, anger, and fear. No matter how stingy the drunkard and the landlady were, from the first day he took root in the Duck Head Green Inn, they were not close relatives. Moreover, if the old man was really stingy, he would not have taught him that life-saving skill. Qin Wuzu asked in a trembling voice, "You swear that I'll let her go? You can't kill me." The waiter hurriedly added, "You can't break my hands and feet. You can't let me live a life worse than death." Su Fengnian nodded. "I have a condition. You go and find Xie Ling's secret book for me. I'll return it to you after reading it. Qin Wuzu, you should know that if I really want to torture you, I have a lot of tricks." At this moment, Qin Wuzu slowly loosened his grip, but he tightened it again. After several repetitions, he finally made up his mind to let go of the little girl and pushed her towards Su Fengnian. However, the child stood still after stumbling and did not walk towards Su Fengnian. Qin Wuzu did not care about the child's thoughts and found a way out for himself. "I'll go and find it now. But the old drunkard and the landlady are very clever in hiding things. I need some time. You can't wait impatiently and kill your way into the inn." Su Fengnian waved his hand and Qin Wuzu ran into the inn. Su Fengnian went to the little girl called Tao Manwu. Seeing her, she was so scared that she fell to the ground and did not dare to cry out. Su Fengnian sat on the steps and quietly waited for the more than 30 light cavalry of the Murong family who would definitely return to the Duck Head Green Inn later. In the end, he did not pull out the spring thunder. This kind of subtle benefit that only heaven knew, earth knew, he knew, and Li Chungang knew. It was not inferior to the extreme spring of enlightenment. Cultivating the 12 sword embryos was a devious way to prepare for a rainy day. Cultivating the knife intent was the right way to go. When the old man with the sheep fur coat entered celestial state, he closed his sword for many years and did not use it. That was why he created the majestic scene of the sword opening the divine gate. When people encountered injustice, they would cry out. This was called saying that one would not be happy if one did not speak up. Everyone could do it and there was no difficulty. But if one closed the sheath and did not use it, only when one was in a desperate situation could everything be cut down. This was the essence of cultivating the sword. One should know that Li Chungang once said that this old man was 30 years old and had achieved great success in closing the sword. He only felt that there were thousands of sword intents in his chest. When he opened his mouth, he could turn the world upside down. Chapter 433. How could Su Fengnian not yearn for it? He was a dignified prince with a hereditary title. Instead of enjoying the splendor and riches, he insisted on traveling alone through the northern Mang. Did he not have the thought of forcing himself into a desperate situation step by step to nurture a blade? Were it not for his extreme admiration for the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat, at the top of Yanhui Pass city wall, facing the female devil Huang Baozhuang, who had spat out the pearls and insulted Li Chungang, Su Fengnian made a gesture of grasping the saber hilt, which was definitely asking for death. Unfortunately, this respect, even when he was about to part with the sloppy old man, he did not say it out loud. Su Fengnian took down the spring thunder and rested it on his chin. He mocked himself, pretentious. At some point, the inferior horse had arrived at the courtyard of the inn that was no longer blocked by the city walls. It lowered its head in front of His Royal Highness and rubbed against its master. Su Fengnian reached out to stroke its mane. He laughed and scolded, "Brother, today's matter is all your fault." But it was a blessing in disguise. I didn't waste those few dozen taels of silver. Qin Wuzu clenched a yellowed ancient book. Behind the door, he was in a dilemma. In the end, he did not have the courage to use that move to take down this person who was even more terrifying than a demon. He obediently came to the bottom of the steps and presented the snake swallowing an elephant's secret manual with both hands. Su Fengnian quickly flipped through the pages. He did not raise his head. He asked, "Qin Wuzu, how are you going to deal with those girls who hid with you in the cellar, especially the one called Cherry?" Qin Wuzu's mind shook. He lowered his head and did not speak. Su Fengnian tore off half of the secret manual and put it in his pocket. He threw the first half to the swarthy youth. This half of the secret manual is to save them. Qin Wuzu accepted the secret tome that allowed the old drunkard to become the 10th person of Northern Mang's demonic path. His shrewdness could not conceal the wild joy in his eyes as he asked with reddened eyes, "If I kill a woman other than Sister Cherry, can the young master give me a few more pages?" Su Fengnian shook his head. "No." Qin Wuzu's eyes gradually hardened. The little girl called Tao Manwu seemed to have a keen intuition for people's aura. She was so scared that she took a few steps back. She was clearly scared of Su Fengnian, but she still hid behind him. In the second floor, when she noticed her mother's abnormality, she also chose to stand behind the unfamiliar Su Fengnian. When Su Fengnian was about to personally witness humanity being drained away bit by bit, he smiled and said gently, "I won't force you to kill the woman you like. I have half a manual with me. There are 84 pages. Later, the Murong clan's cavaliers will attack us. If you kill one cavalier, I will give you 1 page of the manual. It's up to you whether you want to do this deal or not." Soldier Qin gritted his teeth and said, "I'll do it." The frightening sound of horse hooves could be heard. The little girl's face was as white as snow. She squatted at the side and gently pulled Su Fengnian's sleeve. Qin Wuzu picked up Murong Jiangshan's 60-gene iron spear and rushed out. Half an hour later, the dark-skinned teenager, who was covered in blood, limped back to the inn while dragging the iron spear. He grinned and said, "Young master, they're all dead." Su Fengnian tore off 30 pages and threw them to the outlaw. Soldier Qin dipped his finger in the blood and counted the pages one by one. He raised his head and said, "I killed 31 cavaliers and young master only gave me 30 pages. Su Fengnian smiled. Soldier Qin shuddered and lowered his head. He was as quiet as a cicada in winter. Su Fengnian stood up and walked back to the inn. He said softly, "Help me find some clean clothes and put some money in them. I'll wait for you in the room. Oh right, when I come back, remember to bury innkeeper Xia and Lady Boss together. Also, find a coffin in Luzhou to bury the child's mother. If the day comes when you need the rest of the secret manuals, go to Beiliang and find a general called Huang Fushi. As for revenge, I won't stop you if you have the courage. But when the time comes, you have to think about what will happen to you." In the room, Su Fengnian changed into the same simple black and white clothes. He had to admit that Soldier Qin was a very clever teenager. Su Fengnian handed a heavy bag of silver to Tao Manwu. The child pitifully held the bag with both hands and kept silent. Su Fengnian said calmly, "Tao Manwu, if you want to live, the first thing you need to know is that only by working can you have food to eat." The bag of silver was too heavy. The child hurriedly bent down to hold it. Then Tao Manwu, who had a very ungraceful name, suddenly cried out, "You're a bad person. I'll let Uncle Dong beat you." Soldier Qin, who was listening at the door, rolled his eyes. This little kid didn't know the difference between life and death. Wasn't he looking for death? "I haven't learned the secret manuals. I won't find trouble with this guy in my life." Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment. He stared at the child's lively eyes and said with a smile, "Okay, when I find a suitable time and place, I will send you to the place of Fatty Dong, who I have heard of before I met him." The little girl suddenly let go of the bag and covered her eyes. She sobbed, "I didn't see your face. Don't blind me." Su Fengnian's heart tightened as he sighed quietly. He reached out his hand to rub the little girl's head and said softly, "If I had reached the point where I felt apologetic towards a child, then I would have died in Northern Mang. I know you are very smart. You have a talent that I don't know. You should know what is true and what is false." The little girl Tao Manwu's fingers that were covering her eyes loosened slightly. When she saw the smiling face, she hurriedly closed her eyes, but she nodded. Su Fengnian patted her little head and said, "We should go. Take the luggage, or there will be no food." If you don't work and starve to death, you can't blame me. Soldier Qin looked at the big and the little girl walking out of the inn and only felt confused. Especially the young master with the saber holding the little girl and riding away in the sunset. Soldier Qin was in a trance as if he was in a dream. Soldier Qin shivered. He touched his chest where half of the secret manual and 30 pages were hidden. He hurriedly trotted to the cellar and murmured, "I have survived today. I don't believe that I will have no future in this life." Stopping abruptly, the tanned youth no longer ran towards the cellar. Instead, he went up to the 3rd floor and climbed up the ladder from a small storeroom to the roof. When he saw that the horse had completely disappeared from his sight, the youth who had experienced the ups and downs of life and death squatted on the roof and cried loudly. Under the sunset, a big and small people rode on the yellow sand. Darren said softly, "Tao Manwu, maybe your parents don't know, but I know you can see through people's hearts, and I will keep your secret." The child bit his lips. Darren laughed, "I like that ballad very much. Sing it. If it is good, I will let you see Uncle Dong earlier." The child turned his head and glanced at him. He turned his head and said hatefully, "You are lying." Darren laughed. The child's eyes were red. He said to himself, "I want to sing to my parents. Can they hear me?" Darren said softly, "I don't know. But if you don't sing, they definitely can't hear you." The child's voice was still ethereal and clear, but because of the crying, it became more and more sad. "The green grass grows next year, the geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year, will the young master return? The green grass on the Bluestone Road, the man in blue on the Bluestone Bridge, humming the tune of Jean Ling whose daughter bows her head and smiles. The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind rises next year, will the wife be there? The yellow flowers flow in the yellow river, the yellow flowers in the yellow river city, fluttering yellow butterflies. Whose son's saber is in the sheath?" Chapter 434. It wasn't easy for Su Fengnian to finally have a kind heart in the eyes of the world. Not long after, Su Fengnian wished he could slap himself twice. It was really not right for a man to bring a child along. Even when she was hungry, she didn't say anything. She just blinked her eyes and looked at Su Fengnian pitifully. Even when her butt hurt from sitting on the horse, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She still turned her head to look at Su Fengnian with tears in her eyes. If they were to lead the horse together, according to the rules, she would have to carry a heavy purse with no place to spend one tael of silver. Her small hands were red and swollen. When she slipped and fell on the ground, she just silently picked it up. She couldn't lift it, so she just carried it on her young shoulders. When she fell, she didn't cry out in pain. She just stood up and continued to carry it. How long would they take? If Su Fengnian was alone, he could only deal with the horse in the wilderness at night. However, now that he had Tao Manwu, Su Fengnian had to take out 2 sets of clothes. One set was for her to cushion her and the other to cover her. Most importantly, this child didn't sleep well and always kicked around. If it wasn't for Su Fengnian feeding the flying sword every 2 hours, this girl might have been half frozen to death after one night. A few days later, Su Fengnian couldn't stand this stubborn little girl anymore. He had to let her sleep in his arms at night. He didn't even have to deal with the great demon King Xie Ling. Therefore, when His Royal Highness finally saw Flying Fox City in the heart of Dragon Waste Prefecture and saw the hanging sword pavilion on top of the city wall, he felt relieved. It should be known that when His Royal Highness was young, he loved to pick up his younger brother's feet and throw him around in the snow. Otherwise, he would play with his elder sister. Huang Manor obviously liked it more. Every time he was pulled out of the snow by his elder brother, he would always have a bright smile on his face. The 3 siblings never got tired of it. Only his second sister, Su Weisheng, stood alone in the distance and looked on coldly. She was precocious, so she probably disdained to play such childish games. However, she would occasionally have a snowball fight, provided that she fought with Su Fengnian against Su Longxiang and Su Jihu. Su Jihu's body was relatively weak, so Huang Manor was instructed by his elder brother not to use too much strength. Therefore, he would always return in defeat. At this time, Su Weisheng was satisfied. She raised her sharp chin and clapped her hands. She had a cold expression, but the corners of her mouth curled up and said that she was going to read military books. After she left, Su Fengnian and Su Jihu would look at each other and smile without saying anything. Huang Manor, who was happier to be beaten than to be beaten, didn't understand anything. He just smiled foolishly with his elder sister and brother. Ever since they had bypassed Lusheng, and especially since they had brought Tao Manwu along, Su Fengnian was often in a daze. Perhaps he was squatting on the side of the widened official road, or looking at a newly built relay station in the distance. Perhaps he was standing on a high place overlooking the vast wilderness. He would even stop when he found a nameless lake with irrigation tools imported from Jiangnan. In the end, Tao Manwu was only a naive child of 6 or 7 years old. It was already not easy for him not to cry to death because of his parents' death. However, she could easily see through people's hearts and see the true emotions hidden under all the darkness. She knew who had evil intentions and who had a cold face but a warm heart. She had spent day and night with this bad person who had put on a new face. When they arrived outside Feihu City, she saw for the first time that he revealed a happy heart. She couldn't help but feel warm. As they approached the city gate, Su Fengnian dismounted from the horse and carried Tao Manwu down from the horse's back. He led the horse with one hand and the child with the other and walked towards the city gate. The child's small hands were red and swollen like steamed buns. After he carefully punctured the blisters, it was very likely that new blisters would form, and then old blisters. Su Fengnian did not make things difficult for this child who had a rough background. He hung the luggage on the horse's back. Seeing a group of horses rushing out of the city, Su Fengnian pulled the horse to the side and stood aside. The young man in the lead was wearing an expensive mink coat and had a cold face. The 6 family soldiers behind him were all wearing light armor and carrying broadswords. There was a quiver with arrows hanging on the horse's back. Su Fengnian saw that the arrows were slightly worn but did not affect their accuracy. He was neither a rich person nor a fancy person. Therefore, he thought highly of this son of the Beimang family of generals. The city gate guards who had been making things difficult for the common people immediately bowed and watched them leave with a smile. There was no ridicule or jealousy in their smiles, only awe. The sharp-eyed guards at the city gate had checked the travel permit for leaving the village. When they saw Su Fengnian's inferior horse that was not even worth mentioning, they lost their interest in plucking the feathers from the goose that passed by and generously let him pass. Passing through the dim and cool city gate, Su Fengnian subconsciously raised his head to look and smiled. He did not even know whether Miss Hehe was alive or dead. How could she stick to the top of the cave like a gecko and give him a blow? Back then, Su Fengnian was actually vexed about this kind of unexpected surprise, but he also had a kind of morbid expectation and gratitude. At that time, he had the Immortal Li Chungang by his side, so His Royal Highness did not have the opportunity to make a move. Only Hehe, who had always regarded the top 10 experts in the world and the land immortals as nothing, stalking whoever she wanted to kill like gangrene attached to the bone. This was undoubtedly a spur to Su Fengnian. However, he still did not understand why she would still bear the fate disaster for him in the end if she had mercilessly tried to kill him in the reed marsh without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Passing through the city gate, Su Fengnian was full of self-mockery. Was it because he was too heartless that he could not understand the exquisite thoughts of those outstanding women? Take Sweet Potato of Wudong Garden for example. He only realized her identity as a death warrior after practicing his saber skills. He originally thought that she was just a plump koi fish in the Tide Hark Lake, who would lose weight if she was not fed and would starve to death if she was not fed. The truth was that she had secretly blocked countless disasters for him and her hands were stained with the red of rouge. Perhaps the moment before he slept on her lap, she had just killed a few moths that had snuck into the prince's mansion and crushed them like a wick. In the vast territory of the Beimang dynasty, there were many miracles of scholars entering the imperial court. After the unavoidable turmoil at the beginning, there were countless cases of nobles of the Beimang dynasty killing outsiders. There were even cases of hundreds of people being killed. However, as the Empress of Beimang passed down the laws to every corner of the empire, dozens of descendants of the Yelu and Murong clans were killed. Many high-ranking court officials were punished and demoted. She ruled the north with an iron fist as usual and comforted the south with a rare tenderness like an old cow licking its calf. That was how the current stable situation was created. The second generation of descendants of the Beimang dynasty began to consider themselves as citizens of Beimang and were deeply grateful to the wise and mighty empress. Chapter 435. Empress Murong once spent 2 years personally visiting every inch of land under her skirt. Everywhere she went, especially in those majestic cities and huge towns, there were countless people kneeling in front of her. After the late Emperor Li Yang unified the spring and autumn period and the new emperor ascended the throne, did he ever go to the old 8 kingdoms? Did he ever come to Beiliang? Su Fengnian put away his luggage in the room. All the important things were on him, so he didn't care if they were stolen or not. On the other hand, the little girl stayed next to the bag full of silver fragments and refused to eat. She had probably worked hard to carry it all the way and had developed feelings for it. If it disappeared, she would probably die of sadness. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Idiot, if it was stolen, wouldn't it be easier for you? Let's go eat. Your little stomach has been growling for a long time. It's not a ballad, so I don't want to hear it." The little girl Tao Manwu had a serious expression on her face that said, "If it's stolen, I won't be responsible." Su Fengnian laughed and joked, "Don't worry, if it's really stolen, it's not your fault. However, I will use banknotes to exchange for silver fragments of the same weight for you to continue carrying." The little girl, who had always done things methodically, wanted to cry after she confirmed that this person, who wasn't too bad, wasn't joking. If Su Fengnian's heart softened just because of this, he would be underestimating His Royal Highness's coldness and heartlessness. He said 2 words, "Eat." Tao Manwu followed behind him and threatened timidly, "I won't sing ballads for you anymore." Su Fengnian didn't even turn his head. He said, "Okay, I was going to be merciful and give you a bowl of rice, but now I'll deduct half a bowl and you're not allowed to eat vegetables." Tao Manwu immediately said, "Then I won't sing for you tomorrow." Su Fengnian's mouth held a warm smile and his eyes were gentle, but he didn't say anything. The little girl suddenly became excited because even though she couldn't see his face, she knew that he was smiling. After sitting down, Su Fengnian ordered 2 bowls of rice with 1 meat dish and 3 vegetables. The little girl, Tao Manwu, had a very good upbringing. She didn't talk when eating or sleeping. At a young age, she had the demeanor of a virtuous lady. However, it was a pity that she wasn't a beauty. When she grew up, she would probably only have an average appearance. It was probably because she looked more like her father, Tao Qianji, and didn't inherit her mother's face shape. Even if a woman was graceful and virtuous, being praised for being beautiful on the inside, it was still a kind of helplessness and regret that she didn't have the beauty that would captivate the birds and beasts. The only meat dish on the table was a fish snakehead. The cooking method was simple. After washing off the mud, cut open the fish's belly, put half a tael of pepper and 3 or 4 cloves of garlic into the fish's belly, and cook it with soybeans. Just before it was cooked, a few finger-sized radishes were added, and chopped green onions were sprinkled on top. Then, it was served on the table. There was a soup among the vegetarian dishes, a medicinal soup made from 5 types of tree branches. Su Fengnian could only recognize 4 types: mulberry tree branch, huai branch, willow branch, and peach branch. This table of dishes that nourished the stomach only cost 41, which could be considered a bargain. It should be known that 1,000 yuan was only 1 tael of silver. This made Su Fengnian, who had seen the prices of all the dishes on the row of bamboo sticks on the counter, fall into deep thought. The Confucian nobles of each dynasty and each generation had been earnestly persuading the emperor to listen to these words. However, how many of them were willing to lower themselves to haggle over a meal and a dish? It was likely that the emperor would not be willing to listen to them. Discussing this with the important ministers was like a vegetable vendor discussing with an old farmer. If this were to spread out from the imperial study in the throne room, wouldn't they be laughed at to death by the scholars of the world? Su Fengnian glanced at Tao Manwu, who was eating with his head lowered. She originally wanted to pick up a piece of the fragrant fish with her chopsticks, but after seeing the gaze of the bad guy in front of her, she silently retracted her chopsticks. Su Fengnian picked up a piece of white and tender fish for her and calmly said, "In the future, use your chopsticks yourself." He did not forget to remind her, "Be careful of the fish bones. If you get pricked, I'm not willing to spend money to buy vinegar." The little girl raised her head and smiled. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Peach, can't you have a little backbone? You were bought over by a piece of fish with a chopstick?" In public, he had agreed to call her by her new nickname, Peach. At first, the little girl resisted by remaining silent. Later, Su Fengnian hardened his heart and did not want to ride a horse or walk on foot. He made her carry the money bag for a long time. She agreed by nodding her head after Su Fengnian called her Peach again. Only then did Su Fengnian carry her onto the horse and move forward. The little girl bit her lips and sobbed for a long time with her shoulder burning with pain. Su Fengnian ate quickly and left some leftovers for Tao Manwu. Then, he patiently waited for her to slowly chew and eat until she was full. He leaned against the window railing and looked at the downtown area, counting the grain stores, cloth stores, and pawn shops. When the little girl finished all the food and said that it was done, Su Fengnian came back to his senses. He did not rush to get up and asked for a pot of tea from the waiter. This made the innkeeper, who was sitting behind the counter, beam with joy. A pot of tea was not very profitable, but looking at this young master's attitude, it was obvious that he would spend a lot of money on the inn. This was called, "Small streams flow long." In small businesses, it was impossible to become rich overnight. What they relied on was these small windfalls. The waiter was familiar with the innkeeper's abacus and understood tacitly. When he served the tea, he smiled warmly. When Su Fengnian drank the tea, he softly said, "Knock on the golden beam." Tao Manwu obediently closed her mouth and knocked on her teeth 36 times. "Beat the heavenly drum." The little girl gently raised her hand and knocked on her temples 18 times. "Bath noodles." The little girl, who was sitting upright and still, closed her eyes slightly and rubbed her palms until they were warm. Then, she put her 5 fingers together and stuck her little finger to the side of her nose. She pushed her palms and fingers up, passing between her eyebrows and moving up to the hairline on her forehead. Then, she rubbed the sides of her temples and slowly moved down to her cheeks until she stopped at her cheeks. She repeated this for a total of 6 times. Su Fengnian drank up a cup of tea. Tao Manwu also completed 3 tasks in a well-behaved manner. Su Fengnian was very adept at multitasking. Otherwise, he would never have dared to play with 2 knives in front of White Fox. After the little girl finished this set of Taoist exercises, she continued to look at the bustling city and ponder. In the Beiliang Palace, no matter how much bloody news came from the hidden life and death in Beimang, they could only see the cold numbers and words. How many cavalries did Beimang have, the distribution of the cities, and the status of the war horses? As for the most trivial details, Li Yishan, the Beiliang scholar, said that it was best for His Royal Highness to personally go to these things. This chief strategist of Beiliang who had imprisoned him for 20 years did not have a son. Although he did not say it, he did indeed treat His Royal Highness as his own flesh and blood. However, he still agreed with His Royal Highness to be exiled to Beimang. As elegant as Li Yishan was, he also gritted his teeth and cursed, saying that a gentleman would not stand on a collapsing wall and that Beiliang did not need a gentleman king of Beiliang in the future. It could be seen how serious his wariness towards Beimang was. Su Fengnian still clearly remembered that when he handed over the hand-drawn geographical map, Li Shan, who never admitted to being his master, was silent. He, who was terminally ill and did not have many years left to live, said at the end to go get 2 jugs of wine. Today, he was going to drink with the scenery of the 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This was a man who had once cooked with Zhao Chongling using half of the country as food to go with wine. Chapter 436. Su Fengnian went to Luqing to kill people, but he came to Flying Fox City to look for someone. This was because Su Shao wanted His Royal Highness to pass a message to that person. However, Flying Fox City might not be big, but it was definitely not small either. Su Fengnian was unfamiliar with the place and the people, so it was extremely difficult for him to find a needle in a haystack. The business of the restaurant was cold and cheerless. Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of the inn's waiter, who was probably tired of watching beautiful women coming and going outside the window, so he sat down at the next table and dozed off. He tilted his head and covered his face with a wet towel to cool down the heat. Su Fengnian was wondering if he should ask for another pot of tea so that he could ask questions. Unexpectedly, the fat innkeeper, who was observant, took the initiative to bring a new pot of tea over and sat down. He said with a smile, "You are a guest, and it is fate that we meet. This pot of tea is a gift from me to young master. I don't want to pay for it. The tea leaves are pre-Ming Ming tea from the old southern tang. Usually, I am reluctant to drink it, so there are only 8 or 9 taels left. However, no matter how reluctant I am, it will give off a moldy smell if I put it down. Seeing that young master is so kind, would you like to have a drink with me?" Su Fengnian hurriedly smiled and said some polite words of gratitude. Although Tao Manwu was a little girl with a good family background, she was not lacking in etiquette. Without Su Fengnian saying anything, she obediently and cleverly got up and moved a bench for the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper felt more and more comfortable. After sitting down, he poured 3 cups of tea and did not forget to give a share to the sensible girl. Tao Manwu looked at Su Fengnian cautiously. After seeing him nod, she held the cup and tasted the tea carefully. Looking at her skillful posture, the shopkeeper knew that this pair of big and small were not just common people who regarded drinking tea as a vassal of culture. They were probably scholars who went out to visit relatives in Longyao province or went out to study with their relatives. Doing business also paid attention to casting a long line to catch a big fish. The shopkeeper knew this very well. The reason why the inn could be half dead was that it was supported by those regular customers who were not short of money but cared about their reputation. Otherwise, his whole family would have been starved to death long ago. Flying Fox City did not have many things, but there were a lot of hoodlums. Every family who opened their doors to make money had to bite off a piece of meat. It was not painful, but small businesses could not withstand 6 or 7 forces coming to cut off their meat and pluck their hair every month. These troublesome little devils who flaunted their prowess behind the king of hells but did not remember good things and did not care about kindness. If one did not serve them well, they would make a scene and cause trouble. It was very annoying. If one were to go to court, the god of fortune had said that peace would bring wealth. Who would have the courage and financial resources to deal with the cold-faced but cold-hearted officials? In the past, there used to be a restaurant owned by a foreigner on the street next door. It made a lot of money every day because it had a backer. It was said that the backer was the brother-in-law or nephew of the concubine of a 6th-grade guerrilla warfare general at the border. The business was so good, but the man was unwilling to take out more than a dozen taels of silver to show filial piety. Later, dozens of hoodlums squatted at the door every day. How could any customers come? The restaurant owner was young and impetuous. When he went to the government to complain, the people of Flying Fox City gathered to bask in the sun and did not break the law. Who would want to talk to him? Later, he moved out of the city with his family and was beaten up by a group of masked men who put a sack over his head. The shopkeeper took a sip of tea and asked with a smile, "Judging from your accent, you're not a local, are you?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I'm from Gusai State. I told my family that I was on a study trip, but in fact, I'm just looking for an opportunity to see the world. Coincidentally, I don't have any elders to nag at. When I heard about Flying Fox City, I secretly came here." The shopkeeper showed a knowing smile that all men understood. He was probably amused by the customer's frankness. He said, "Ha, you're a man of character. Not bad, not bad. There are 4 strange things happening in our Flying Fox City, and one of them is that the bitch Flying Fox is very loyal to her friends. Her words are very crude, but they are the truth. If young master wants to go, I can recommend a few brothels. Jianghu brothel is undoubtedly the most famous one. You can easily get 100 taels of gold and silver for a night. The high officials and dignitaries of Longyao province all like to drink there. If they run into trouble and can't find a way out from the government, they are used to waiting there. In my opinion, the big brothels in Jiaqing's Bottle Alley are more affordable. The women there are beautiful, and they are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, they don't have enough reputation, so they don't have the confidence to shout out sky-high prices. Many young girls, as long as they have good lyrics and songs, and have scholars to help them promote, they might become popular people in Feng Feng brothel in a few years. I know an old brother who spent 40 taels of gold and silver for a night with a young girl in Bottle Alley. Young master, guess what? Now, he is the most popular person in Feng Feng brothel. Young master, you are the most popular person in Feng Feng brothel. I know an old brother who spent 40 taels of gold and silver for a night with a young girl in Bottle Alley. Young master, guess what? He is now the most popular person in Feng Feng brothel. She is now a famous lady in Feng Feng brothel. Let's not talk about doing anything else. Just meeting a group of people and listening to songs costs 10 taels of silver. Although my brother's family is well off, he can't afford her anymore. If young master has an acquaintance to show you the way, it will only cost 20 or 30 taels of silver a night. Hey, look at old son's broken mouth. Anyway, if young master wants to go and return in high spirits, you should go to Bottle Alley first. After you have a rough idea of the place and have money, you can go to Feng Feng brothel. It is safer. Su Fengnian said with a hearty smile, "Old brother son, just based on your words, you don't have to treat me to this pot of tea. I appreciate your kindness, but I will still pay for it. Just treat it as you helping me spend less money. How much is it? Pay it." The shopkeeper didn't refuse politely. He raised his thumb and praised, "Young master, you are a kind person." Su Fengnian continued to ask, "Old brother son, don't call me young master. It sounds estranged. My surname is Su. Just call me Little Su. My family is in the porcelain business. You can say that we are both businessmen. I didn't dare to bring too much money on this trip. If I went to Feng Feng brothel rashly because of its reputation, I would be in big trouble. It would be impossible for me to go to Eastern Jinzhou comfortably. By the way, you said that there were 4 strange things in Flying Fox City. What are the other 3? Chapter 437. Shopkeeper's son didn't keep him in suspense. He said, "Other than the fact that we have a unique environment that nurtures different people, the women in the city are born with good potential. If you enter the city through the main entrance, you'll see a sword pavilion. I heard that every double ninth festival, you can hear the sound of hundreds of swords clanging together. It's just that common people like us can't go to the top of the city wall, so I don't know if it's true or not." The third thing was that old son had to expose his own shortcomings. In the Flying Fox City, all the men in the city were content with their wealth. In the 100 years since the establishment of the city, there had never been a single high-ranking official who could bring glory to the family. In old son's opinion, it was all because the women were too beautiful. They had a fair and tender wife lying in their beds, and there were so many brothels outside their homes. They were already exhausted at night. How could they have the energy to compete with outsiders for an official's position during the day? Brother Su, look at me, old son, for the rest of my life, I have no qualms about guarding this family business. As long as I don't have to worry about food and clothing, I don't have the heart to earn big money. Usually, I just like to pick some good tea leaves to taste, drink some wine with my old brothers, and chat with the women in the streets and alleys. What kind of future can I have? Outsiders say that we don't have any ambition, but they don't wrong us. Su Fengnian revealed a smile. He nodded his head and said softly, "It's good that you're safe. Stability is a blessing." From the layout of the city to the pavilions, everything in Flying Fox City was exquisite, rarely seen in northern Mang. The beauty of the women here also far surpassed the other prefectural cities in Dragon Waste Province. The girls nicknamed Flying Fox had the graceful appearance of women from Jiangnan, but they also had the tough and tenacious bones of northern Mang. As a result, they did not have a romantic relationship, nor did they have the air of a prostitute. They had long enjoyed a great reputation in northern Mang's 8 provinces. Even the top courtesan of Flying Fox brothel who walked out of Dragon Waste's brothel was worth at least twice as much as her counterparts in other places. On the contrary, the men of Flying Fox City were not successful in either the military or the political world. They had always been ridiculed as effeminate and effeminate. Everywhere in the city, there were weak men who boated and watched the fish in the flower harbor. There were also refined scholars who waved their sandalwood fans while drinking tea and discussing Taoism. Until now, there was no one in Flying Fox City who had become a frontier official above the 3rd rank, let alone a splendid courtier who could go to the imperial tent and discuss matters with the empress. It was hard to imagine that it was this feminine city without any heroic spirit that had a pavilion where nearly 100 top swordsmen of the spring and autumn period retired as hanging swords. Among them, there was the descendant of the sword emperor of Shishu who hung a sword on behalf of his ancestor. There was also the famous sword torch dragon, which had once fought with Li Chuangong's wooden horse. In the southern villages of the spring and autumn period, there was a custom of planting a row of fengshui trees. Shopkeeper Sun sighed and said, "Brother Su's words have thoroughly explained the great principles of the world. You are indeed worthy of being a scholar from a big family, unlike us common people who only care about money. We have lived for more than half of our lives, yet we still can't say such words." Su Fengnian laughed it off. He had long since stopped taking this kind of flattery seriously. He only asked curiously, "Brother Sun, you seem to have forgotten something strange." Shopkeeper Sun smiled and said, "Yes, yes." Shopkeeper Sun came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes." Before the Flying Fox City, it should have been more than 20 years ago. There was a handsome swordsman who didn't hang his sword but sold it for a high price. At that time, he sold it for a frightening price of 1,000 gold taels. I was still young at that time. I remember that everyone in the Flying Fox City was shocked. I saw this handsome swordsman in the crowd of women from afar. He was indeed a rare handsome man. Later, he used the money he earned from selling the sword to live in the Feng Feng Lu for a whole year. It was another big event that shook the whole city. He became a painter and specialized in drawing portraits of women. When he earned money, he would spend it like splashing water. At first, he was happy and unfettered. Those young ladies from big families were happy to support him. God knows if they were after his person or his paintings. However, his business became more and more desolate. Later on, no one saw this man who was not a swordsman but a painter. However, this strange story of him selling his sword, painting, and sleeping in a brothel was passed down. Su Fengnian asked, "What kind of sword could be sold for 1,000 gold taels?" Shopkeeper Sun had a difficult expression on his face. "This old son doesn't know. I only heard that he sold it to the city lord. Later on, when the city lord's son was 20 years old, he gave it to the crown prince. Younger brother Su, this old son is not exaggerating. This city lord's son is different from the ordinary men in Flying Fox City. He is valiant and brave. His swordsmanship was taught by a first-rate master. He can draw a 3-stone bow on horseback. He is even better at fighting on foot. Rumor has it that in a few years, he will go to the northern royal court and become His Majesty's servant. This is a great honor. Of old son's 2 daughters, there is no need to talk about the older one. She is at the age where she is yearning for love. Even the younger one, who is only 10 years old, admires him to death. Every time the crown prince shows his face, she will run to him with her sisters and scream, saying that she will marry no one but him in this lifetime. This makes old son so angry that smoke is coming out of his 7 orifices. You are just a little girl who is not even 11 years old, so why are you joining in the fun? You take after your mother's dark skin. In the future, when your face and figure grow up, even if a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, she will still be delicate. Younger brother Su, don't you think so? As soon as I scolded her, she, Jijia, and that old daughter-in-law of mine, an old woman with yellow pearls, also blindly kicked up a fuss. Together, they turned their elbows to the outsider and joined forces to sulk at me. The 3 of them ignored me for several days. This old man sighed from the bottom of his heart. How sad and miserable it was. Su Fengnian didn't agree. Instead, he looked straight ahead and drank his tea. Smiling, he said to shopkeeper's son, older brother's son, I think that niece is not conspicuous right now, but in the future, she will be beautiful and elegant. Moreover, that crown prince looks like a shrewd and not shallow man. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. Who knows if my niece, who I have never met before, will have a good marriage made in heaven. Shopkeeper's son was puzzled. But when he saw younger brother Su's cryptic look, he immediately came to his senses. Nodding his head, he said, That's right, that's right. Old son's daughter, don't look at how I always say bad things about her. In fact, as her father, I feel very distressed for her. In the future, I don't dare say that I want that crown prince as my son-in-law, but at the very least, he must not lose to a man with an indomitable spirit like him. Only then can he enter my house. Otherwise, I will chase him out with a broom. How can I let him go? Behind shopkeeper's son stood a little girl who was about 10 years old. Originally, she was already fuming with anger, but after hearing the last sentence, her dark and gloomy face turned bright and radiant. Sweetly calling out to her father, she sat on shopkeeper's son's lap. With a smile on her face, she said, Father, tonight I will let mother make your favorite dong ling meat. Having narrowly escaped death, shopkeeper's son wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. With one hand, he patted his little daughter's head and said, Good girl. Then, he quietly gave Su Fengnian a thumbs up. He was so grateful that he felt that he shouldn't take the money for this pot of tea anymore. Su Fengnian softly smiled and said, You are my niece, right? You really look like water vapor. When you grow up, you will certainly be a great beauty that can overshadow the moon and shame the flowers. The little girl gave a heavy sound, and then happily said, Unfortunately, you are too old, and your looks are not as good as Crown Prince Tantai's. I don't like you. Su Fengnian was speechless. His Royal Highness was pierced by thousands of arrows. It's a little late. There is one more chapter before midnight. Chapter 438. His Royal Highness naturally had no affinity with being handsome. His pair of red phoenix eyes, which added a feminine touch to his appearance, allowed him to walk in Flying Fox City. Even if he wore a saber, he would still be able to match the temperament of the city. However, this was the first time in his life that he had been called old by a little girl, and he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shopkeeper's son laughed heartily as he tried to smooth things over. He said twice, Don't take offense, little brother. The little girl was probably most afraid of being treated like a child, so he gently added another jab, saying that he wasn't good-looking. A warm, sunny afternoon passed by in the time it took to drink a few cups of tea. Fatty Sun was a talkative person, born and raised in Flying Fox City, so he was very familiar with the local customs of his hometown. He was also not a frog at the bottom of a well who cherished his own things to the point of deformity. He was happy to ridicule others and laugh at himself. Regarding the anecdotes of famous people in the city, as well as the embarrassing things that happened behind closed doors, he told them everything while eating a plate of salted peanuts. His Royal Highness's poisonous tongue was famous in Beiliang. He had made fun of almost all of the important border officials who went to the prince's mansion to wag their tails and beg for pity. However, those old foxes who held power in their hands all pretended to be stupid and didn't care about it, nor did they dare to get angry. Some of the less courageous ones didn't find it shameful and instead took it as an honor. When they returned home, they would tell their friends about it. Over time, it was as if anyone who hadn't been hurt by His Royal Highness's ridicule wasn't a trusted aide of the King of Beiliang, so they started to look down on him. This made many of the outstanding officials of the younger generation, who hadn't made any military achievements during the spring and autumn period, privately criticize him and feel ashamed to be associated with him. In this regard, the young crown prince, who had only talked about it for fun, could only smile bitterly. Ever since he returned from his first journey, he had restrained himself a lot. Especially after his best friend Yan Qiji and his family fled far away from northern Liang, he could no longer hear the crown prince's sarcastic words. This made Li Gongda, the new administrator of northern Liang, feel uncomfortable all over. This afternoon, Su Fengnian sat across the table and chatted with the old man who had no ambition and only wanted to live a simple and prosperous life. Occasionally, he would ask a few questions, agree with a few words, and say a few words of praise. They chatted happily. Manager Sun's youngest daughter, Sun Xiaochun, was not willing to listen to the two old men's chatter, so she went to play with Tao Manwu, who was younger than her. She was addicted to taking care of her younger sister like an elder sister. She took out a lot of vegetables and fruits to eat on her own initiative and even took some small objects from her room for Tao Manwu to play with. As dusk approached and it was dinner time, the business of the restaurant gradually improved. Shopkeeper's son and a few of the waiters went to work. The old man was kind-hearted and said that if they went to Bottle Alley, he would ask one of the waiters to lead the way. Su Fengnian did not refuse the old man's kindness. As for the reason why Su Fengnian, who had been immersed in the pleasures of Beiliang for many years, did not say anything about it. Since old Sun praised Bottle Alley so much, he thought that this alley must be good. However, if he asked one of the waiters to lead the way, he would have to pay more attention. The brothels in Flying Fox City were famous. There were 78 of them, and there were at least 1,000 girls who wanted to solicit customers. In the brothels of lower quality, the procuress could bring the girls to the street shamelessly to solicit customers. However, brothels like Bottle Alley were not allowed as it was too demeaning. It was a taboo that upper-class brothels had to be wary of. Therefore, there were marriages between the brothels in the city and the inns and restaurants in the city. The brothels with bulging money could be divided into a few taels of silver after the deed was done. Su Fengnian had wandered in the pleasures of life for many years, and His Royal Highness did not have to worry about money. It was impossible for him to spend the whole night fighting with girls who were worth hundreds of taels of silver. He drank tea and chatted with the courtesans or their personal maids. Therefore, he knew these secrets that were not hidden. Su Fengnian knew quite a lot about the down-to-earth and murky affairs of the upper-class people. As for the family scandals of the so-called virtuous men, if Su Fengnian told them openly, he could fill a dozen baskets with them. This was not hearsay. His Royal Highness had seen and heard it with his own eyes. As the playboy head of Beiliang, he was not boasting. Su Fengnian's disdain for the sons of the aristocratic families and the scholars of the landowning clans could be considered reasonable. However, he had walked a lot of paths in the past few years, so he was no longer inflexible. When they were ordering dinner, Manager Sun chatted with him for the entire afternoon. In the end, he did not even accept the money for his tea. Su Fengnian thought about it and ordered a few more expensive meat dishes. At noon, he ordered 1 meat dish and 3 vegetables dish, leaving only the delicious 5-sprout soup. In the afternoon, he specifically asked about the 4 sprouts of mulberry pagoda and willow peach tree. Only then did he know that it was the unknown fox tree. Flying Fox City got its name from this tree. Every summer, the flowers would be as large as snow, and the fragrance of the flowers would fill the streets and alleys of the city. After the meal was improved, Tao Manwu ate happily. However, the little girl was shy and did not have the nerve to ask for another bowl of rice. It was probably because Manager Sun had talked to a young waiter. After all, it was human nature to think about sex when one was full and warm. When he saw that Su Fengnian's table was almost done eating, he ran over to greet him. From the looks of it, he was going to take him to Bottle Alley. Moreover, the waiter seemed to be even more excited than a certain person who had spent money to buy sex. Su Fengnian did not want to disappoint him. Using the vulgar words from Wenhua's hometown, a young fellow's buttocks were as hot as pancakes. If he held it in for too long, it was easy to get hurt from holding it in. For the waiter, if he could go to a place where every oriole and swallow was as beautiful as a fairy, even if he could only look at the willow branch waists and peach blossom faces from afar, he would not be able to sleep at night. The sturdy waiter called himself Li Lu. He was the 6th child in his family, so Su Fengnian could just call him Lil Lu. When Li Lu saw that Su Fengnian actually wanted to take the little girl next to him to visit a brothel, he felt that it was inconceivable. However, he did not say anything. A horse would not get fat if it did not feed at night. As long as he could bring an unexpected fortune to the inn, the manager would be happy. Not to mention a raise in salary, but a reward of meat dishes would also be a good thing. Furthermore, the fairies there were all extremely beautiful. Even their walk was beautiful. There was no justice in this world. Every time they swayed, their buttocks became even rounder, and their breasts became even more spectacular. It was enough to shake his soul away. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful? They were just like the fox demons that the storyteller had described. Li Lu did not mention this to anyone, afraid that he would be called ignorant. Chapter 439. The Bottle Alley in Jianghu was located in the northeast corner of Flying Fox City, not too far from the inn. Before they reached the Bottle Alley, they passed by a street full of brothels. Many beautiful girls and pimps were trying to attract customers. Li Lu was basking in Su Fengnian's glory. Although His Royal Highness was handsome, Xu Xiu's personal taste dictated that other than the image of a boorish man, the rest of his face was that of a delicate scholar. Compared to His Royal Highness, his handsome face was much less feminine, but it was still quite outstanding. Moreover, Su Fengnian was tall and slender, dressed in a white and black robe, clean and fresh. On top of that, he had a leisurely aura that Li Lu would never be able to cultivate in his entire life. How could he let the brothels, whose motto had always been to kill the wrong person, let him go so easily? They didn't dare to pull this young master's sleeve, but the poor boy Li Lu, who didn't have much of a bearing, was in a miserable state. Well, it couldn't be said that he was miserable. Li Lu's face was flushed red as he was pushed and shoved by the middle-aged brothel keeper and the young girls. It was inevitable that his arms would rub against that heavy and soft bulge, and he enjoyed it. In his heart, he wished that young Master Su would walk a little slower, a little slower. Of course, the Bottle Alley would not be opened here to compete with the common girls. There was a row of secluded houses and courtyards by the Jianghu lake, which made the Bottle Alley seem even more unsullied. The three of them finally walked past the thick and powdery flowers. While young Master Su was walking on the bluestone path by the lake, Li Lu secretly raised his arm and sniffed. It was so fragrant. His mind was filled with the smiling faces and voices of the girls. Li Lu knew that they were not from a decent family, but he could not help but think about it again and again. He thought that if his future wife could be as beautiful as them, his life would be worth it. Li Lu noticed that the little girl held by young Master Su had turned her head to look at him. Li Lu, who was too ashamed to show his face, could only smile awkwardly. The little girl made a playful gesture of wiping her cheeks. She was as white as snow in spring, extremely cute. Li Lu felt inferior and reserved in front of young Master Su, but he could not lose his momentum in front of the little girl. Li Lu opened his mouth and nose with his fingers and returned a pig's head emoji. Su Fengnian turned his head slightly and saw the big and small war. He smiled knowingly and did not disturb them. On the way here, Li Lu told him that the private residences by the Jiaqing Lake were all private residences other than those of the officials in Flying Fox City. The young man could not say the simple and comprehensive idiom of hiding a mistress in a golden house, but that was the general meaning. Su Fengnian was not surprised. There were similar residences in several provincial cities in Beiliang, where they kept their concubines and mistresses. From time to time, they would go for a walk and use gold and silver jewelry to feed these canaries with tricky appetites. The neighbors were all rich colleagues, so they would visit the residences to compare the beauty of the new concubines and chat about everything. The fact that the bottle alley could be built here in the midst of chaos showed that it had a powerful background. Su Fengnian had 600 or 700 taels of silver notes on him, but he had to lock up the golden chamber for the sake of the yellow court. Of course, he was not here to seek pleasure. He was curious about the famous sword that could be sold for 1,000 taels of gold. To be honest, the king of Jing'an and Miss Hehe had bought his life for 1,000 taels of gold. That night, when Su Xiao talked about this person, he showed a rare look of guilt. The words he wanted to say were also quite heavy. Su Fengnian knew about this person. He used to be a general who stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Zhibao in the Beiliang army. During the spring and autumn period, he had made outstanding military achievements. Similar to his aunt Zhao Yuzhu who covered her face with armor, he wore a green jade mask and never showed his true face to others. Apart from his strange ways of leading troops, this man, whom His Royal Highness had to address as uncle, was also a peerless swordsman. In the Beiliang army, where there were many talents, he was second only to the princess consort whom the 30 steel cavalrymen admired. This old manly even casually mentioned that this young man's swordsmanship was blunt but not blunt. He was the most talented person that this old manly had ever seen in his life. He was like a rich young master who had so much money that he did not know how to spend it, so he could only squander it casually. It was a pity that the will of the sword was too emotionless, so the way of the sword was not obvious. In Su Fengnian's opinion, only a swordsman who could be evaluated by the sword god Li Chungang in such a way was qualified to call himself a romantic. Since the hanging sword pavilion was not open to outsiders, he had to start by selling swords for 1,000 taels of gold. Since this person had changed from a handsome swordsman to a romantic who painted and slept in brothels, going to the brothel to ask someone was a shortcut. Originally, the bottle alley was not as good as the Fengbo restaurant. However, it was not a good thing for an outsider with a child to go to the Fengbo restaurant to get drunk as soon as they entered the Flying Fox City. Being taken to the bottle alley by the inn and then going to the Fengbo restaurant could be said to be pushing the boat with the current. It was hard to say that there were no flaws, but at least it was not too eye-catching. He had no choice but to take Tao Manwu with him. He was worried about leaving her alone in the inn. It did not matter if he lost a bag of silver, but if he left her alone, it would only lead to endless trouble. His Royal Highness was cold-blooded and did not trust anyone. In this life, Su Fengnian had 3 bad friends in Beiliang who grew up together. They got into trouble together and took the blame together. He thought that their friendship would last forever, but now, other than Li Hanlin, he could not even be friends with the other 2, let alone brothers. Fortunately, he met a guy who carried a wooden sword in his 3 years of traveling, otherwise it would be too shabby. As for Wen Hua, every time he thought of him, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy really had a lot of problems. Xiao Nian, who always gave him goosebumps, was even more annoying than the white fox face idiot Su. In the past, when he stole sweet potatoes, roasted them and ate until he was full. When Hua would say, "Shao Nian, do you want me to sing you a song?" At that time, Su Fengnian, who was bored to death, naturally did not have any objections. Then, this guy would squat down, stick up his butt, and release a series of farts with a smirk on his face. Old Huang, who had the foresight, was far away. When he smiled foolishly, he revealed his missing front teeth. After this bastard was kicked by Su Fengnian, he still did not repent and said, "Loud farts don't stink." Although Wen Hua's swordsmanship was unsightly, he was an expert at climbing trees to fish and prawns in the water. When he passed through the orange forest that was filled with golden oranges, not only did he get angry and his mouth was full of bubbles, he would also stuff 2 oranges into his arms, hold them with both hands, and ask if they were big or not. Then, he would chase after the creepy Su Fengnian all over the forest with his orchid fingers, screaming, "Young master, come, come." Then, he would be chased by the owner of the orange forest with a shoulder pole and a few stray dogs, or he would pester his royal highness to ask how a woman's *** felt. Su Fengnian was too lazy to pay attention to him. Occasionally, he would buy a tray of steamed buns with some copper coins that he obtained from being a fortune teller or playing chess. Every time Wen Hua ate a steamed bun, he would poke it with his finger, drooling, and ask if it felt like this. This young man, whose biggest dream in life was to become a proper swordsman, still went to the border alone after learning that Su Fengnian's background was not bad. He said that he wanted to take a look at the desolate scenery and practice his swordsmanship. This made Su Fengnian feel lucky, but also regretful. Su Fengnian exhaled softly and collected his emotions. He could already see the bottle alley that was decorated with lanterns and colored banners in the twilight. "I hope that when we meet again in the future, you will be one of the best swordsmen in the world, and I will be the king of Bailiang. Who in the world will dare to look down on us, brothers who steal chickens and dogs and look at women's breasts together? So, Wen Hua, don't die. Neither of us should die in a foreign land." Chapter 440. There were 4 brothels by the lake in Jiaqing's bottle alley, and the number of them could be counted with one hand. However, no matter how one looked at it, they seemed to be incompatible with each other. Nevertheless, they had already reached the realm where experts could kill without leaving a trace. Unlike the previous brothels on the street where one hung a colorful flag that said, "Feihu City's #1 pretty woman," and I hung a banner that said, "Two Peaks subduing the heroes of the world." From time to time, they would glare at the brothels when they were competing for business, and they would even use their hands and feet. When women fought, they would close their eyes and scratch randomly. On the other hand, a group of pimps would be much more methodical. They would sneak a few kicks to the nether regions, like a black tiger digging out the heart or a monkey plucking the peach. Many ruffians who did not have the money to visit the brothels would squat there every now and then to watch the show, which could be considered as learning from the experience. Moreover, when the women made a scene and fought, they would wear revealing clothes and accidentally shake half of their plump white breasts. Wouldn't it be like the scene of spring? It was a feast for the idlers' eyes and they would cry out in joy. Some ill-intentioned men would deliberately ask their unfamiliar companions to enter a brothel and intentionally or unintentionally show the brothels to the procuress to fan the flames, just so that their brothers could watch a good show. This kind of dangerous work required eloquence and acting skills. Otherwise, if they were exposed, they would inevitably be beaten violently. Although the women's fists and feet were weak, they could still kill someone if they stepped on the crotch. The ruffians in the Flying Fox City formed gangs and gangs, but they were not very impressive. They were just stragglers. In the neighboring White Frost City, the population was only half of that of the Flying Fox City, but they were united and raised several banners. The members of several gangs could do whatever they wanted in the Flying Fox City. They liked to come to the Flying Fox City to visit women and trample on men when they had nothing to do. If young Master Tantai had not accidentally bumped into them a few years ago, they would not have been able to raise their heads in the Flying Fox City in the past 2 years. However, in the battle with the city magistrate's son, the guards behind him stood by and watched. He single-handedly ravaged more than 40 strong young men. Later, he was tied up and thrown out of the White Frost City, which made the people in the city applaud and applaud. It was not that this rich and powerful crown prince had a good reputation and was liked by women ranging from 60 to 6 years old in the city. It was just that the other men in the Flying Fox City were too weak. The gangsters were also convinced by eldest young Master Tantai. After all, he never bullied others. If he were to teach them a lesson, he would teach them a lesson. Besides, if eldest young Master Tantai really became a servant of the emperor without any rank, it would be even more glorious in the city. Since this year, many women had burned incense and prayed to the Buddha everywhere just to make wishes and blessings for eldest young Master Tantai, which made those rich men smile from ear to ear. There were 2 brothels on the left and right sides of Bottle Alley, and there were no women coming out to welcome the guests. Instead, there were only a few youths with rosy lips and white teeth standing outside the brothels. Their figures were delicate, and their looks were not inferior to that of women. According to the unwritten rules, if a rich man with a hobby of cutting sleeves took a fancy to a girl, he could spend a small amount of silver to bring her into the brothels and have sex with her. Most of these youths were scheming, and their observation skills were not inferior to that of the brothels. They were especially good at flattering people, and secretly competed with each other to see who had slept with the most girls in the brothels. This also directly determined their social status. If any of them were to sleep with a courtesan in the brothels, the price they would ask for in the future would be much higher. After all, there were many brothels who couldn't afford to pay, but wanted to know the size of the courtesan's breasts and how many of her buttocks were perked up. Su Fengnian was led by Li Lu to a brothel that had a huge luminous pearl hanging from each corner. From afar, he saw this extravagant display. Because of the quality of the pearls, there was a huge difference in price. However, all luminous pearls were at least 30 gold taels, not to mention that the 4 luminous pearls were so dazzling that even Su Fengnian was shocked. He walked closer to take a closer look, and only then did he realize that the pearls were covered with colored glass. However, this brothel's financial resources were strong enough, and the way they were promoting the scene was ingenious. An arrogant and handsome youth slightly raised his chin to Li Lu. He knew that manager Sun's in would be recorded in the accounts, and a bonus would be sent to him at the end of the month. As for the specific amount, it would depend on Su Fengnian's expenses in the brothel. However, with 5 taels of silver as a base, it was not a small amount of money for an inn that worked hard for an entire year to earn less than 180 taels of silver. Su Fengnian gave a small piece of silver to Li Lu. The latter hesitated for a moment, and with great difficulty suppressed his greed. He shook his head and waved his hand. He was afraid that his soul would be hooked by the silver, and when the manager found out, he would be beaten up, so he quickly turned around and ran away. Su Fengnian did not stop him. He took out a few pieces of silver and threw them to the youth, who had already sized him up from head to toe. This silver was not given out blindly. This was the first time he visited, so if he gave too much, he would be treated like a fat sheep and slaughtered to death. If he gave too little, he would be treated like a spring onion. For someone like Su Fengnian, who gave 4 or 5 taels of silver, it was just right. If it was someone who was familiar with him and knew him well, he would give them a reward based on his wallet and temperament. For someone like Li Hanlin, who was used to spending a lot of money, if he was in a good mood, he would stuff a few hundred taels of silver into the chest of the procuress who came out personally. No one would dare to treat him like a fool. If he was in a bad mood, he would be merciful even if he did not slap the procuress's face. In the past, Li Hanlin always complained that his father's position was too low, and he did not go out in a dignified manner. He was only a tyrant in Feng Province, and was not very effective outside of Feng Province. But now, Li Gongda finally became the second highest official in Beiliang, a powerful minister at the border. This guy, who was already one of the top princes of the dynasty, had nothing better to do and became a soldier of Beiliang. Su Fengnian had a general understanding of the situation in Bottle Alley from Li Lu. He held Tao Manwa's little hand and walked into the courtyard. He paused for a moment and said calmly, "Today, I came to your Guanghan house to listen to Miss Anyang play the zither, watch Miss Qingnu dance on the lotus, or watch the newly promoted Miss Wei throw the embroidered ball. In short, I want to see one of them. If I can't do it, I won't spend money here. I believe that among the 4 houses in Bottle Alley, there will be one that I am willing to pay. I don't mind walking a few more steps." His words made the young cashier, who had been a little negligent, immediately withdraw his contempt. It should be known that some country bumpkins who pretended to be rich, dressed in brocade clothes and marten fur with arrogant retinues beside them, had not entered the building and said that they would smash the place if they did not see the top girls tonight. Or they kept saying that they had all the money and all the beautiful girls. Bottle Alley was not afraid of this kind of people, especially in Guanghan House, which was unique in Jiaqing Lake. If they dared to smash the place, they would kick them out. It was not without reason that the young cashier looked down on the young man with a saber beside him. He was well aware of the standard of the inn where Li Lu stayed. Under normal circumstances, the guests who were brought here were not very rich. However, since they could say such words, they must be experienced characters. As long as it was a well-known brothel, the top girls would mostly be favored by the officials or the sons of the rich, or they would have acquaintances who they could not afford to mistreat. This had nothing to do with the status of the top courtesans and how much they put on airs. Everything was based on first come, first served. An outsider, a stranger, wanted to put all the shark's fin and bird's nest into his bowl. Did he think that he was the son of the 8 states governor or the grandson of the 12 great generals of Beimang? This was called being immature and not being particular. Generally speaking, brothels did not like such inconsiderate guests. If it was the Fengbo brothel, which was well known throughout Beimang, they would always chase away such impulsive guests without saying anything. The Fengbo brothel did not care about making less money, but the Guanghan brothel did not have such confidence. The young man weighed his options and said in an uncertain tone, "To be honest with you, young master, Miss Anyang may not be free tonight. Miss Qingnu and Miss Wei are also not sure. I have to help you ask before I can give you a definite answer. I hope you can understand. These 3 are the most outstanding sisters of our Guanghan brothel. Even if I work here, I may not be able to see one of them every day." Su Fengnian knew that there was hope. He nodded with a smile and said, "The 4 luminous pearls of the Guanghan brothel can be sold for 134 gold ingots. Of course, business is not bad. If I can see any of the ladies, I will be satisfied." "Young master, you are reasonable." Chapter 441. The young man pursed his lips and smiled. Intentionally or unintentionally, he moved closer to the young master with the saber. After being gently avoided, the young man felt a bit regretful. It seemed that the young master did not know the pleasure of the bed, but the young man did not care too much about it. As for why the elegant gentleman with a saber would bring a little girl to visit the brothel, he had seen too many unimaginable strange things, so he was too lazy to think about it. In the brothel, there were many dirty things and jokes. For example, some young masters did not like beautiful women, but instead fell in love with those old and fat women. Or some frightening burly men who liked to be whipped by the girls and dripped candles on them. There were even rich merchants who brought along their wives who dressed up as men to play with 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. It was a bizarre and variegated life. How could he, a young man who sold his skin at a young age, understand clearly? He was already too busy earning money and building connections, so why would he think about these trivial things? Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at Tao Manwu. The little girl had the demeanor of a great general. As expected of Tao Qianji's daughter, her face was calm and tranquil. However, Su Fengnian knew that her palms were sweaty, so he said to the young man, "Enter through the side door." The young man knew that some people would be reserved when visiting a brothel. He wanted to explain that the Guanghan brothel was elegant and quiet. Even if you walked in from the front door, you would not see many faces. However, seeing the firm eyes of the young master with the saber, he did not insist on such details. In addition to the 4-story main building, there were 2 separate courtyards, which were occupied by the top courtesans of the brothel. Su Fengnian went up to the 2nd floor and looked through the window. There was a courtyard behind the building that was brightly lit. Many nobles and scholars in brocade robes were sitting on the ground. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. A plump woman with an icicle face was playing the zither leisurely. She was wearing a small-sleeved long skirt and beautiful gold embroidery. Sitting next to her was a rough warrior with a marten tail. He sat cross-legged and wore a pair of black leather boots. It was obvious that he was arrogant. He was dressed like the scholars of the Liang dynasty and enjoyed the music with his eyes closed. Only the rough warrior's eyes were fixed on the fair chest of the courtesan who was playing the zither. Every time she touched it, it would cause a ripple and the man's eyes would become hotter. When they arrived at an elegant tea room, the young man slightly bowed his head and said goodbye. I will go and report to the nanny. Please wait a moment. After he left, Tao Manwu asked carefully, is it sister? Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. Not long after, the young man walked into the tea room with a charming woman in light makeup. She carried a jar of yellow wine sealed in mud and said with a smile, Yunzi left in a hurry just now and didn't pour tea for you. It was out of kindness that I wanted you to meet a girl you like as soon as possible. Please don't take offense. My name is Shi and I brought you a jar of our Flying Fox City's 3 flavors old yellow wine as an apology on behalf of Yunzi. Yunzi, warm the wine for you. I will go and inform Miss Wei. If Chiao is free, I will come and invite you again. The young man had just taken the yellow wine when the sound of hurried footsteps came from the door. The young man who was called Yunzi was flustered, but the woman who called herself Shi was much calmer. She looked at the door and saw a group of people rushing into the tea room aggressively. There were 2 strong trainers who worked as hired thugs for the brothel and a beautiful young man who was more beautiful than Yunzi. The leader of the group was a woman wearing a pair of soft-soled brocade hooked boots that were popular in the Old West Shoe Palace. Her long sleeves trailed on the ground. The handsome young man bowed and bent his knees as he trotted over. Looking at her aura and attire, although the woman Shi had some status in the brothel, she was far inferior to the woman who was wearing heavy makeup. Sure enough, the woman who had practiced fiery golden eyes only glanced at the young master with the saber and completely lost her scruples. She stretched out her index finger and pointed at Shi. She sneered and said, You Shi, do you know the rules of the Guanghan Tower? How dare you privately take in a guest? Miss Anyang's courtyard has no seats. You dare to skip Miss Qing's courtyard and directly send her to Wei Qingwan's embroidered ball pavilion? She, who gave you the courage? She was worried and worried. She forced a smile and said, Sister Cui, I just saw that Miss Qing's courtyard was crowded, so I didn't want to disturb you. The woman let out a long and sinister, oh. She stared at Shi for a while and smiled, It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I've been friends with Shi for so many years and I know that she's always reliable. It must be this damned Yunzi who acted on her own initiative. Men, drag her out and beat her with 20 sticks. According to the rules, don't miss 1 stick, but also don't miss 1 stick. If she is beaten to death, the Guanghan Tower will lose hundreds of taels of silver. I can't afford this sin. The young man's hand trembled and a jar of yellow wine fell to the ground. It was about to hit the foot of the young master with the saber. Su Fengnian stretched out his arm and caught it. He put it on the table and didn't say anything. It was obvious that the second most popular girl of the Guanghan Tower, Miss Qing knew, who had a good reputation, and the rising star Miss Qing with the surname Wei. The 2 of them had a conflict. Behind them, the nannies who shared the honor and disgrace of their respective courtesans were scheming against each other. Looking at the situation, it was unknown why Qing Nu, who had a good reputation for rolling embroidered balls, lost her popularity. Qing Nu's courtyard was crowded, but her embroidered ball pavilion was deserted. It was probably because the young Yunzi was closer to Jianghu and the nannies, so she wanted to catch a foreign guest and see if she could solve the urgent problem. She didn't expect that what she was afraid of would happen. She didn't care about the noise behind her. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Sister Cui, don't be angry. Today's matter really has nothing to do with Yunzi. She was blinded by lard and took the job without permission. Sister Cui caught me in the act. I accept the punishment." The woman surnamed Cui made it clear that she didn't care about the owner. She sneered and said, "Sister Shi, you are kind, but rules are rules. Why do you want to be punished for a little bitch who doesn't understand? I can't bear to see you humiliate yourself like this. What are you looking at? Drag Yunzi out and beat her 20 times. The young man with the skirt smiled and repeated, "Drag her out and beat her 20 times. She turned to Su Fengnian for help. She was a woman with some status in the Guanghan Tower, but at this time, she was all alone and looked miserable. Yunzi knelt down and whispered, "Young master, save me." Su Fengnian was indifferent. She restrained her sadness and turned to the arrogant woman and said coldly, "Sister Cui, this young master is a distinguished guest of our Guanghan Tower for the first time. Don't you care about his feelings? Aren't you afraid that the Flying Fox City will laugh at you?" Su Fengnian frowned and thought, "You still want to drag me down?" The woman covered her mouth and smiled. She was very happy. Seeing that the two instructors remembered their old friendship and didn't want to drag the sweet and well-behaved Yunzi away, her face became gloomy. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. This was what the officials and military men said, but she was very clear about it. When dealing with some enemies, if she did not push them to the brink of death, they would really rise again when the spring breeze blew. Back then, didn't she make a wrong move and lose to this she and almost couldn't get up? Now the tables had turned. She's life was miserable and she wanted to make a comeback with the help of the little bitch surnamed Wei? No way. The woman pushed Shi away and grabbed Yunzi's hair and pulled. The young man who didn't dare to resist fell to the ground. She stepped on him fiercely and smiled again. She didn't look ferocious at all. She had the charm of a big family's first wife teaching a servant. She bit her lips and covered her arm with one hand. The weather was cold like spring and the heart was cold like autumn. The woman had stepped enough and looked at the young master with the saber. She smiled and said, "Dear guest, do you dare to tell anyone about what you saw today?" Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. Tao Manwo was a little nervous when facing Yunzi and Shi, but he was still calm. After seeing the woman, he subconsciously hid behind Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian took out 200 taels of silver and said calmly, "I came to Guanghan House to get familiar with Miss Wei so that I can visit often in the future. In fact, I have a selfish intention to get close to Sister Shi. I'm not interested in Anyang or Jianghu. To be honest, Sister Shi is more interesting. Women at this age are better at serving people, aren't they? As for you, a woman in your 50s, get lost and go home to your grandson. I'm too full for dinner and don't want to waste food." She was stunned and her eyes turned red. That was a huge honor given to him. It was more warm than thousands of words of love and 1,000 taels of silver. From the 12th of last month to yesterday, it was exactly 1 month. I've already updated 206,000 words. It's a miracle that hasn't happened in a few years. I hope everyone can continue to understand the occasional dull plot in the snow. In fact, this kind of transitional content is quite interesting if you look at it carefully. To put it bluntly, it's like the imperial court and Jianghu. They can't just be two lofts in the sky that look majestic and glorious. They have to be grounded.